To all the participants of the 11th ICOEN, please prepare because we will start the conference in 5 minutes sharp. For online participants, please change your Zoom name account like format provided in the chat box. And also if you want to get certificate from this conference, please fill out the form using QR code. I'll be back in another 5 minutes.
Welcome to Universitas Ciputra Surabaya, creating world-class entrepreneurs. As stated in the quality policy of Universitas Ciputra Surabaya, we are committed to provide Welcome to Universitas Ciputra Surabaya, creating world-class entrepreneurs. As stated in the quality policy of Universitas Ciputra Surabaya,
we are committed to providing the best quality and excellent service.
we consistently prioritize workplace safety and health, as well as environmental protection to uphold our commitment. We welcome you to Universitas Ciputra Surabaya Health and Safety Induction, and we respectfully request your undivided attention. There are a total of 12 lifts at Universitas Ciputra Surabaya. 5 of them are located in the main building, and the other 7 are in UC Tower. During any emergency situation, avoid using the lifts and take the emergency stairs instead. For your information, we are now in the UC main building, which has 7 floors. This building is divided into 3 parts, which are UC1, UC2, and UC3. Each building is equipped with emergency equipment for use in any emergency situations during your visit to Universitas Ciputra Surabaya. There are more than 1,300 hydrant sprinkle points, 567 heat detectors, and 99 smoke detectors located all over the campus. This is UC1, which is located at the south side of the UC main building's lifts. Every floor has 2 fire extinguishers, 2 indoor hydrant boxes, and 2 emergency stairs accesses. One set of fire extinguisher, indoor hydrant box, and an emergency stairs access is present near the main building's lifts. There is another set located at the edge of every floor. This is UC2, which is located at the east side of the UC main building's lifts. There are 1 fire extinguisher, 1 indoor hydrant box, and 1 emergency stairs access, which is located at the edge of every floor. This is UC3, which is located at the west side of the UC main building's lifts. There are 1 fire extinguisher, 1 indoor hydrant box, and 1 emergency stairs access, which is located at the edge of the building on every floor. To ensure your safety during any emergency, this campus is also equipped with 8 outdoor hydrant boxes and 4 SIMs throughout the building. If you hear the fire alarm, please remain calm. Take the emergency stairs and follow the evacuation route. Following the route will lead you to the assembly points. There are 3 assembly points in Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. One is near the entrepreneurship statue in front of the main building of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. The second one is near the I Love UC signage in front of UC Tower. And the third one is located at the west side of the main building near UC Loop. Security is always on guard to ensure your safety on campus. All health protocols and emergency equipment are the embodiment of our commitment to maintaining the safety of all visitors of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. We will continuously carry out the protocols and improve the equipment because your health and safety are our top priority. Thank you for your attention to our safety induction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2024, Innovate for Impact, Building a Sustainable Future Through Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a warm applause for our ICOEN International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2024. Thank you so much. We would like to welcome and honor Mr. Lai Victor Effendi, SA, MM, CMA, Vice Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. Good morning, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, one applause for Mr. Victor Effendi. Mrs. Damelina Basauli Tambunan, SA, MM, PhD, CLC, CPM Asia, Dean, School of Business and Management. Good morning, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, warm applause. Our keynote speaker for today, Professor Dennis Chick, BA, BS, MA, PhD, PhD, FRSA, AAAS Fellow, SOSC, Dean, School of Entrepreneurship and Humanities, Universitas Ciputra. Mr. Suripno, Vice President Sustainability Strategy, PT Pertamina Persero, who is joining on via online on Zoom. Good morning, sir. And also for Professor Sair Wang Chung, PhD, Director, Center for High Value Industry Promotion, Chung Yuan Christian University. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is an annual event. Interestingly, this year, the committee held it live at the Auditorium Universitas Ciputra and also via virtual conference in Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like everyone to stand up because we are going to sing National Anthem of Indonesia to be continued by the hymn of Universitas Ciputra.
Love.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your right arms on your left chest.
Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, cakrawala masa depan terbuka bagi generasi muda bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi entrepreneur utama. Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, semua mimpi akan menjadi nyata. Siap berkreasi penuh dengan inovasi, bekerja dan berguna untuk dunia. Jadilah yang unggul dan terdepan dengan keahlian dan ilmu pengetahuan, turut serta membangun bangsa Indonesia dan siap menantang dunia. Bersama Universitas Ciputra, gemilang masa depan di tangan kita. Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, cakrawala masa depan terbuka bagi generasi muda bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi entrepreneur utama. Di sini di Universitas Ciputra, semua mimpi akan menjadi nyata. Siap berkreasi penuh dengan inovasi, bekerja dan berguna untuk dunia. Jadilah yang unggul dan terdepan dengan keahlian dan ilmu pengetahuan, turut serta membangun bangsa Indonesia dan siap menantang dunia. Bersama Universitas Ciputra, gemilang masa depan di tangan kita.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you so much. To be continued with the opening prayer, I would like to invite Mr. Sonata S.A. M.M. C.I.M.A. C.I.P.A. C.L.S. on stage. Mr. Sonata, please take.
Dear speakers, guests and participants, let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather here for the 11th International Conference on Entrepreneurship. We thank you for this opportunity to come together to share ideas and to seek ways to create a lasting impact in our world. Lord, as we explore the theme of building a sustainable future through entrepreneurship, we ask for your wisdom and guidance. Grant us open minds and compassionate hearts as we discuss new ideas. May the knowledge shared today inspire us to innovate not only for profit, but for the betterment of communities and the preservation of your creations. Help us to create innovations that reflects your love and justice, lifting others up and fostering sustainability in all that we do. Father, we ask that you bless each participants, speakers, and organizers with clarity, focus, and purpose. May your presence be felt among us, guiding our words, thoughts, and actions. we commit these events to you, praying that the work that we do here will plant seeds of lasting change that we bear fruits for generations to come. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonata Christian, for the opening prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to hear our welcome speech from Conference Chairman Dr. Eko Budi Santoso, SA, MSc, aka CA.
Good morning. Distinguished official of Universitas Ciputra, Vice Rector for Operation Affairs, Mr. Victor Effendi, Dean of School Business Management, Mrs. Damelina, esteemed keynote speakers, respected presenters, and participants join us both in person and online. Good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all in this year's International Conference on Entrepreneurship. Theme, Innovate for Impact, Building a Sustainability Future Through Entrepreneurship. Wherever you are here on campus or connected virtually, we are truly grateful for your presence and participation. First and foremost, let us give thanks to God for granting us the opportunity to gather here today, both physically and virtually, in good health and spirit. It is by His grace that we are able to come together to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and work toward a common goal of building a sustainable future. I would also like to extend my deep appreciation to the leadership of Universitas Ciputra for their support in making this event possible. We are also fortunate that to have with us today a distinguished group of keynote speakers, experts in their fields, who will share their knowledge and insights. To all presenters and participants, whether in person or online, your presence today signifies your commitment to fostering innovation, driving sustainability solutions, and we are deeply grateful for your engagement. The theme for this conference, Innovate for Impact, is particularly relevant in today's world. As we reflect on the global challenges amplified by the recent pandemic, we are reminded of the importance of collaboration and innovation in addressing the pressing issues we face. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted economies, affected lives, and exposed vulnerabilities across the globe. Yet, it has also highlighted the resilience of humanity and the need for collective action. Now, as we emerge from the pandemic shadow, it is time to come together, refocus, and work collectively toward achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The SDG provide a blueprint for addressing critical issues such as poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation. However, achieving this goal requires more than just policy framework. It demands innovative, sustainable solutions and collective effort from all stakeholders. This is where entrepreneurship plays a critical role. Entrepreneurs are not only merely creators of new products or services. They are innovators who can develop impactful solutions to benefit both society and the environment. By integrating technology, whether through digital platforms, green technologies, or data-driven insight, entrepreneurs can enhance their capacity to drive meaningful progress toward the SDGs, creating scalable and sustainable solutions that address global challenges. Whether through social enterprises or sustainable business models, entrepreneurship has the potential to accelerate progress toward the SDGs. Innovation for impact is not just an option, it is an imperative. This conference provides a platform for sharing ideas, fostering collaboration, and sparkling the innovation necessary to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. We hope that this event will not only provide opportunities for learning and knowledge sharing, but also for building lasting collaborations that will provide and drive positive change. For our online participants, we warmly welcome you as part of this hybrid experience. Though you may be not with us in person, your voice and perspective are equally important. We encourage you to actively participate, engage in discussion, and build connection with others, as well as we all work toward our shared goals. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this event a reality. From the organizing committee to our university partners, Chung Yuan Christian University from Taiwan, Management and Science University from Malaysia, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana Salatiga, Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, IPMI Institute Jakarta, and Universitas Tarumanegara Jakarta, as well as our sponsor Bank Mandiri. Let us seize this moment to work together, collaborate, share ideas, and innovate for impact. Together, we can harness the power of entrepreneurship to build a more sustainability and equitable future. Once again, thank you all, and may God bless this conference and work we do here. I wish you all an inspiring and productive event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eko Budi Santoso, our conference chairman. Next, we are going to hear welcoming speech from Dean of School of Business and Management, Mrs. Damelina Basauli Tambunan, SA, MM, PhD, CLC, CPM Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, warm applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning. The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Bapak Victor Effendi, the Chairman of this conference, Bapak Eko Budi Santoso, the Branch Manager of Bank Mandiri Citraland, Ibu Dian Anggreni, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues, and all participants. It is an honor to be here today as we gather at this international conference focused on such a vital theme, innovate for impact, building a sustainable future through entrepreneurship. This theme captures both the urgency and opportunity that define our current era. As the Dean of the School of Business and Management, I am proud to witness the dedication of thought leaders, researchers, and students alike who are committed to tackling the complex challenges that shape our future. Today, we face unprecedented environmental and social issues, but we also possess the tools and entrepreneurial spirits needed to address them in transformative ways. We are here not only to share knowledge, of course, but also to spark meaningful connection and inspires action that will have a lasting impact to us. Innovation has always been the lifeblood of progress, and in this new chapter, we must ask ourselves how to innovate responsibly, equitably, and sustainably. Let this conference serve as a platform for us to exchange ideas, learn from one another, and cultivate partnership that transcend borders. Together, we have the capacity to foster sustainable growth, create inclusive opportunities, and build resilient communities. Thank you for presence and your patience. May our discussion today and tomorrow pave the way for a future where entrepreneurship drives impactful and lasting change. Thank you, and I wish everyone a successful and inspiring conference. Salam entrepreneur.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Damelina Tambunan. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last welcome speech, I would like to welcome Mr. Light Victor Effendi, SA MMCMA, as the Vice Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, warm applause for Mr. Victor Effendi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Dear distinguished speakers and guests, here present Professor Dennis Chik, Professor Bill Chung from Taiwan, Mr. Suripno join us on online, Dr. Trianggoro Wirjinata, Associate Professor Dr. Elisha Nasruddin, and Ms. Elvia, PhD. And also to esteemed college, students, selamat pagi. A very good morning to you all. It is an honor to welcome you today at the 11th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, the ICOEN 2024 at Universitas Ciputra, to explore our theme, Innovate to Impact, Building a Sustainable Future Through Entrepreneurship. In today's volatile, competitive business landscape, innovation is essential for survival and growth. Yet, innovating with true lasting impact requires more than just creating something new. It demands purpose, empathy, and adaptability. Innovation is described as the heart of growth, but achieving meaningful innovation remains a complex challenge. Limited resources, rapid technological evolution, and relentless market pressures underscore why impactful innovation is so critical and so challenging. In the light of these realities, we must ask, how do we can cultivate an environment where innovation not only flourishes, but also drives meaningful, sustainable change? And how do we harness technology to support our goals rather than merely adding to the noise? While technology is frequently seen as the primary catalyst for innovation, it should be viewed as a tool rather than the foundation. From AI to blockchain, these technologies offer remarkable possibilities, but they must be directed by human-centered purpose to be truly impactful. Innovation begins with people. By understanding the needs and challenges of those we serve, technology becomes a powerful means to address them. For instance, the artificial intelligence holds potential in fields like predictive healthcare and personalized education, not simply because of the technology itself, but because it is applied with intent to solve the real problems. Here at UC, Universitas Ciputra, we see this human-centered approach in action through our commitment to project-based learning. In project-based learning, students engage deeply with real-world challenges, working collaboratively to develop and implement solutions. This hands-on, applied learning trains students not only to master technical skills, but also to understand and address societal needs. They learn to innovate with purpose, resilience, and adaptability. Qualities essential for driving real impact. Innovation is not a one-time achievement. It is a continuous process. Solutions that are effective today may not be tomorrow. And if we rely on the past success, we risk at stagnation. To create sustainable impact, we must cultivate a culture of curiosity, resilience, and adaptability. However, fostering our culture of innovation goes beyond simply asking people to be more creative. It requires environments where experimentation is encouraged and failure is understood as a stepping stone for growth. In fact, incremental improvements are often the key to impactful innovation, leading to lasting change over time. Structured feedback loops play a crucial role in this ongoing process. Teams that embrace systematic learning by reflecting on what worked, what didn't, and what insights were gained are more likely to generate innovations that are relevant and resilient. This approach ensures that our solution evolve in response to changing needs and contexts. Creating impactful innovation requires clear purpose, interdisciplinary collaboration, and a commitment to social responsibility. First, we must clarify our purpose, our why. Purpose-driven innovation motivated by a clear understanding of a problem or need leads to outcomes that resonate more deeply with stakeholders and have a lasting effect. When we innovate with a strong sense of purpose, the results not only effective, but of course also meaningful. Second, we must consider the broader impact of our innovation. Today's consumers and communities place great values on sustainability, ethics, and social responsibility. True innovation for impact goes beyond profit. It requires careful consideration of how our solutions affect society and the environment. This approach to sustainable innovation considers not only immediate gains, but also long-term consequences. Finally, interdisciplinary collaboration is essential. Some of the most powerful innovation arise when diverse perspectives come together. By bridging different fields, such as engineering, social sciences, and education, we unlock a richer solution to complex challenges. This collaborative approach enables us to address issues holistically, creating innovations that are both robust and far-reaching. As a closing, I urge each of you, the participants, to reflect on how we can innovate to impact within our own context. Innovation may be challenging, but its potential for societal benefit is profound when we approach it with clear purpose, thoughtful use of technology, and commitment to continuous learning. Jeff Bezos once said, "The goal of innovation is to solve real problems in ways that are meaningful to those who we serve." Let us embrace innovation as a journey, one guided by our dedication to social betterment and shaped by interdisciplinary collaboration. Lasting impact comes not from what is easy, but from what is necessary to address the complex needs of our time. Thank you very much, and also I would like, on behalf of of this institution, of the rectorate, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to the committee, to Pak Eko and the teams, for you and for your hard work. Thank you so much. And to all participants, please enjoy the conference. God bless us all, and salam entrepreneur.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Effendi, for the welcoming speech. And I also like to greet good morning to Professor Dr. Christina Widya Utami, MM CLCC PM Asia, Vice Rector of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, who just joined us just now. Good morning, ma'am. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovate for Impact, Building a Sustainable Future Through Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our first keynote session, I would like to invite our moderator for today, Dr. Adi Kurniawan Yusuf, SA, MM, CFE, to come on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, good morning to our Vice Rector, Dean, all keynote speakers, all guests, and all attendees today. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Adi Kurniawan Yusuf. I will serve as the moderator of today's panel session. Before I start the keynote speech today, I would like to ask you the question. Who feels that these days, Surabaya is getting hotter? Do you agree with my statement? Yes, I believe that you agree. And it does not only happen in Surabaya, but all around the world that create the global challenge. As we face the global challenges like climate change, resource depletion, and socio-economic disparities, it is clear that innovation is essential. Today, we will learn together about entrepreneurship that not only drive profit, but also foster sustainability and long-term societal impact. This conference aims to inspire and engage us in building a sustainable future together. We are fortunate today to have 6 outstanding keynote speakers, and each will bring unique insight and expertise. It will be divided into 2 sessions, morning session and also afternoon session. Each will consist of 3 keynote speakers. After each session, there will be question and answer session for you if you want to ask the question. Without a further ado, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker today, Mr. Suripno, the Vice President of Sustainability Strategy at PT Pertamina Persero, Indonesia's leading energy company. With over 30 years of experience in health, safety, security, and environment, or HSSE, across Indonesia, Africa, and the Middle East, Mr. Suripno has established himself as a distinguished leader in sustainable development and risk management. Throughout his career, he has held several critical roles, including Vice President of HSSE Policy, Standard, and Risk Management, and Senior Expert in Safety at Pertamina. His expertise extends to areas like environmental management, health safety operation, contractor safety, and risk assessment. Mr. Suripno has also contributed significantly to the development and implementation of sustainability standards such as ISO 14001 and ISO 45001, which underscore his dedication to global best practice. His vast experience includes roles in Total A&P in Qatar, Uganda, and Nigeria, where he managed health, safety, and environmental aspects for large-scale operation. With specialized skills in incident investigation, waste management, and emergency response planning, Mr. Suripno is a visionary in driving Pertamina's commitment to sustainability and societal impact. We are honored to have him today. He will deliver the material through online. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Suripno with big applause. Good morning, Mr. Suripno. Perhaps the sound. Good morning, Mr. Suripno. Can you listen my voice? All right. All right. So we have been able to listen your voice. Mr. Suripno, right now we are in the auditorium of Ciputra University and we are ready to listen to your insightful insights. So the time is yours, Mr. Suripno.
Hello.
Yes?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I cannot join offline in Surabaya, unfortunately, but since I'm committed, so it's allow me to present through online. Okay, so it's allow me to share that the material related to the ESG as a competitive driver, competitive advantages in a business. So it's okay. Can we stop for the first slide, please? Thank you. So it's, when we are talking about the current situation that the business is starting to move from the profit-oriented only to the purpose-driven business. So it's, we are talking about can we put on the slide, please? So it's everybody, all the business trying to implement the sustainability. Okay, next. Can you put next? Implementing sustainability meaning that we consider three triple bottom lines, which is profit, people, and planet. So it's not only seeing profit as orientation of a business, but we consider about the people and planet. So it's the motivation as the driving purpose of the business. To measure it, can you put the next, please? To measure the level of implementation of the sustainability in the business, we use the ESG as three central factors to measure the maturity of the sustainability implementation, how impactful of the action in the sustainability, and also how the performance of sustainability in the company. So it's, that's everybody now is, I think, understand about the ESG, which is the stand for environment, social, and governance. These three central factors to measure the performance of sustainability in the organization or in a business or in an enterprise organization. So it's on this framework. Usually we measure on in environmental. Can we do next, please? In environment, where we measure about all the subject related to the environment, like environment emission. emission reduction, GHG emission related to the climate change, energy efficiency, low carbon product, waste, water, and also is biodiversity issue. So this the one usually we measure it that as a part of the on the part of the ESG in the stream of environmental. While for the social streams, usually we put the issue related to social, either social in internal social, which is for the employee and also the community. Another issue also is related to the social welfare, like health safety, and also is related to the human rights implementation in the business. The last of the pillars of ESG, we are talking about good corporate governance, where inside it usually we cover also is the corporate ethics, anti-corruption, anti-bribery, and also is the how we manage the governance of the company properly. And all these actions we correlated as well to the SDGs 17. So it's the metrics we can measure, showing the performance, how we can contribute to the 17 SDG goal. Next, the key benefit that when we implement the ESG in the business, first is of course we are talking about when we are doing a business as entrepreneurs, we will speak about the risk management. So it's when we implement the ESG, meaning we manage the risk, mitigate potential risks, like the risk related to the regulation, risk to the disruption, to the political situation, reputational damage, etc. So it's this one of the first key benefit that we can take it from the implementation of the business ESG in the business. The second is when we implement the ESG in the company, we can do innovation and market differentiation. So it's to drive innovation and this innovation can drive market competitiveness for our business. So this the second advantage maintaining the to get a long-lasting business, then get the long-term resilience for the business. And then also is reputation. Currently, that the company having a good ESG rating, they get a good reputation in the business, and also is from the stakeholders' point of view, also is from the investor point of view, and also what we are from the employee point of view. So it's basically that we can get a lot of benefit from implementing the ESG in the business. When we are doing a business, also is we are talking about the profit, and profit is the factor of profit is related to the revenue and also the cost we include. So it's when we implement ESG, we can do the cost saving from all the many actions that we do related to the ESG, and of course this will affect to our bottom line, and this to be more positive. Next is access to capital. No, sorry. Please stay in the previous slide. So it's when we have the performance of ESG, we can have good access to capital as well, because this the appetite of the investor.
Sorry, Mr. Suyupno, it is muted. Would you mind unmuting? Okay. It is muted again.
This is for management, and this level is quite good in terms of score compared to our peers. So this the performance of the ESG in Pertamina. But as you know that when we are doing practicing sustainability, other stakeholders. So Pertamina also is when implementing this sustainability, we collaborate with all the stakeholders, either we are collaborating with USA, EU, JOCMEC, CCP, etc. And also we are joining some international initiative as well, like OGMP, OGDC. OGDC is Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. We are also is a part of UNDC, UN Global Compact. So is that the performance that what we implement in Pertamina. Just to conclude my presentation, so it's just to next. The orientation of business by implementing sustainability and measured by ESG rating. This showing that how Pertamina is quite serious, and then also is that Pertamina is not only focusing on a profit, but also is we are considering about other 2P, which is planet and people. So is this what we are doing, and this we embedded into our policy of the company. While being the ESG through the implementation through the business, so it create more value in the company, and this impact to all the related to the business itself, like attracting to the from investor point of view. So they give a quite good rating to us, and then they're quite convenient to invest in a Pertamina. But not only investor, but also other stakeholders, including the talent as well. So Pertamina, I think, implementing this cash management, and we gain quite a long-term value for our business, showing that we know that the transition of the energy will come, so we can anticipate since beginning by doing step by step and with a quite prudent and giving a positive impact to the business. I think that's my presentation. I hope it's thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Suripno. Let's give one more time applause for Mr. Suripno. Okay, if you have any question to Mr. Suripno, you can write it down first. Later on, in the end of question and answer session, we will have question and answer session again with Mr. Suripno. Thank you so much, Mr. Suripno, for your time. Later on, we will have question and answer after the third speaker explaining the material. All right. Okay, one more time. Thank you, Mr. Suripno. And let's directly move on to our second speaker today. Our second speaker today is our professor, Professor Dennis Chik, BA, BS, MA, PhD, PhD, FRSA, AAAS Fellow, SOSC. Professor Dennis Chik is an esteemed professor and global consultant with extensive experience across academia, industry, and non-profit sectors. Prof. Dennis currently serves as the university-wide Professor of Creativity, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship and Dean of the School of Entrepreneurship and Humanities at Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. He is also the visiting professor at ICOEN School of Management in France, where he supervised graduate research and consulting projects. Prof. Dennis has an impressive background as co-founder of 14 nonprofits and has consulted with numerous institutions across 12 nations. His leadership includes notable roles such as Chief Learning Officer and Board Member for educational organization in the US and Singapore. And he was elected a Fellow of both the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the Royal Society of Arts. With over 850 publications and $100 million raised for various initiatives, Prof. Dennis is a visionary in entrepreneurship, creativity, and philanthropy. In this session, Prof. Dennis will give the material about sustainability and the SDG. Is entrepreneurship central or peripheral? Please join me by giving big applause in welcoming our professor, Prof. Dennis, on the stage.
I'm very happy to be with you today, and I welcome everyone who's participating. There's a saying in the United States and elsewhere that when it comes to main issues, important issues, everybody thought anybody would do it. Anybody thought somebody would do it. Somebody thought perhaps a friend would do it, but you know who did it? Nobody. Sustainability is something that is important to all of us. Sustainability matters. But I'm going to take up with you sort of a debate question, and I'm very happy that every single person is participating online and here in person because we all matter to the future of this planet that we inhabit. And when we think about sustainability, it is a very, very complex arena, which I'm going to give you just a little sense of today. But think of this as a debate. Most presentations about sustainability and entrepreneurship assume that entrepreneurship can contribute. I'm asking the question, is it a central issue for entrepreneurship, Or is it a peripheral issue, something that is more on the outer edges of entrepreneurial endeavors? And I'm going to try to give you a nuanced answer that involves both yes and no. So to help us, well, let's see. There we go. So to help us do this, we're going to think about sustainability in a whole variety of different ways. This entire PowerPoint will be made available to everyone who wants it after this session. And it also includes notes that I'd encourage you to take up and look at, including many different sources you can go to for some of these images and things that you'll see. No matter what language you speak, sustainability matters. It matters to society, it matters to our health, and it matters to the economy. But the real challenges are to make it equitable, supportable, and viable. These are difficult challenges. We have many questions that we need to ask ourselves. Is it even possible to be sustainable? And sustainability is something you never fully achieve. Sustainability is constantly changing in front of you. As you're trying to get to the end point right now, the marker moves further away. So sustainability, you never arrive at being completely sustainable because it's in the midst of very dynamic systems where everything is in motion. Is it practical for us to think about sustainability? If you're a startup, for example, is it attainable? Some things are possible, but not attainable. Some things are practical, but very, very difficult to achieve. This is from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This is their synthesis report in 2023. This is figure number 6 in that report. What it tells us is we are in very grave situations right now worldwide. These little squiggly lines, that means where things come apart. We're in a scenario where climate change is affecting us. Every single week right now in medical journals, The Lancet, the Journal of the American Medical Association, medical journals worldwide are chronicling the impact, the increasing impact of climate change on human health. We're seeing a rise in heart attacks because of sustained periods of extremely high temperature. We're seeing dehydration increasing amongst individuals because of the heat. We're seeing many, many changes in creatures who live in the world, and entire ecosystems are being disrupted by global change. I've been involved in this particular conversation now for more than 35 years. I wrote my first paper on global climate change education in 1989, 35 years ago. I've created, with many other people, working in concert with many people, I've created materials for the teaching of things about sustainability and environmental education that have been used in tens of thousands of schools in different parts of the world. This is an arena I care about personally. I'm a former biology teacher. So when I think about sustainability, I think about flora and fauna. I'm a scientist, so I'm very interested in evidence and the strength of the evidence. And I'll come back to that a little later. But this is an arena in which I've had a lot of engagement, both at the level of government, at the level of schools, at the level of academia, and also in nonprofit organizations in many, many places around the world. So it can hardly be argued that I don't care about this. But some of my conclusions today might strike you as ones with which you want to disagree with me, and I encourage you to do so. But when we think about these kinds of systems, we are talking about extraordinarily complex interactions. This is a knowledge graph of the biosphere and human systems, done by a German scholar. This was released in 2022, where he's looking at finance, business, and sustainability. So you see these two orange circles about sustainable finance and sustainable business. What's not to love about this? This is a very small sector right now. When we talk about sustainable financing, there's not a lot of sustainable finance available. And I'll come back to that a little later as well. Sustainable business? Of course, what's not to love about a sustainable business? But is it sustainable? And what do we mean when we use this phrase, sustainable business? For who? Under what conditions? With what impact? It's possible to be sustainable for in a very small way. But the kind of sustainability we really care about is very large, because it impacts everybody, everywhere, all over the world. So when you start looking at these things, this is called a sustainable Rubik's Cube. So if you think about a Rubik's Cube, and then you just start pulling it apart, these are all the different kind of ways we can think about couplings between population and water, for example, or the economy as it relates to land, or society as it relates to atmosphere. And of course, you can grab various things in this kind of a matrix, and you can link them together. There are many opportunities in this matrix for the launch of ventures, for-profit, non-profit, low profit, high profit, many different kinds of ventures to address these kinds of things. But they vary in complexity. These different couplings vary considerably in terms of how difficult they are to do. Who will pay for them is a very important question, because sometimes you can care about something. The question is, can you get people to put money behind it for long enough periods of time to actually matter? And how much money do you need? What kind of ideas do you have? What kind of materials and approaches are needed to address these kinds of couplings? This is a very challenging arena in which to work. And I say that having worked for 10 years with a very large science and technology company, a $7 billion science company, where we were focused on environmental remediation of hazardous waste sites in the United States, where we were looking at issues about how do we store safely low-level and high-level radioactive waste. I've been inside mountains where we're proposing to bury, for periods of time, radioactive waste. I've seen proposals about burying it under the seabed. We've looked at lots of these kinds of things in a corporate kind of way and recognized that these are very difficult. In fact, this company makes huge sums of money working on these kinds of problems. But when we think about sustainability, it's like a giant tree. There's all kinds of different ways we can think about sustainability. And most of the people who talk about sustainability never define their terms as to what they're actually aiming at. If you aim at nothing, you are sure to hit it. We need to be very clear about what we're trying to actually accomplish. And this relates to the 5 C's: context, continents, challenges, costs, and consequences. Providing rigorous evidence about sustainability is a very difficult undertaking. Many times we don't have the evidence we need. The evidence we have is fragmentary. The evidence we have is limited in time. The evidence we have is changing even as we're having the conversation. So that finding rigorous evidence of sustainability is very hard to find. There's a lot of publications about sustainability. I review articles all the time talking about sustainability. But a lot of it, the evidence is very weak. And when we claim sustainability, I have to tell you that in many instances, it's just clever marketing. It's a great marketing phrase, but to be actually sustainable is very difficult. So let's take a concrete example: recycling. I was doing recycling efforts 40 years ago and trying to promote recycling in schools, amongst young people, amongst various kinds of organizations. And there's the famous 3 R's: reuse, Recycle, reduce. Now we have a new one, reclaim, where we take trash and things that are already deposited somewhere and we go into the trash in an attempt to reclaim it now in some way. If you look at this chart, this is from Yale University, and it's a multinational team of researchers. Every year they issue this index about environmental performance. So I'm just focusing here on recycling alone. You could download the whole report. It covers many different areas about environmental performance, and it ranks countries consistently across this report. So when you look at this, you can see that most of the countries on the left side who score high, many of them are small countries. You see some Asian countries, and you see some Southeast Asian countries on this list. And you see that the very best recycling in the world comes from South Korea. 67% of their municipal solid waste is recycled. You see the players on the right, these are very large countries. And my own country, the United States of America, is not doing very well. In fact, we're doing about the same as we were in 1970. This is true for most of these countries. There has been very little shift in global recycling. Right now we're recycling globally about 19% of municipal solid waste. That's only a few degrees higher than what it was in the 1970s. Why? Because the amount of waste we produce has grown prolifically, geometrically. As a percentage, we're right where we were 40 years ago. So let's look at climate tech. There was a recent conference last month in Singapore, comprised of 6 panels. It was run by Deal Street Asia, which tracks various kinds of, hello, there we go. So these were the panels, and I won't bother reading them to you. You can read them later. But they're about different kinds of topics, all of which relate to climate technology that we can use to become more sustainable. When you go to YouTube and Deal Street Asia's YouTube channel, you can find each of these panels. Each panel was about an hour long, so you have 6 hours of viewing, and this will really clue you into where we stand right now in terms of climate tech and its ability to address sustainability challenges. What you see overall is investors themselves are excited about these things, but money is scarce. Because investors who have money want to put their money in things where the returns are greater and where the returns are less risky. This is a big problem with sustainability efforts. Asian investors see limited upsides to what they're going to do. And so in this conference, it was pointed out that these things are not working out the way we hope they might. Gender lens investing has a long way to go. Women are largely forgotten when we talk about these sorts of things. This will not surprise any woman in this room or online. We have a long way to go for equity in that area. Scaling, everybody's optimistic, but actual plans, they're hard to find. And these things are important. Everybody wants them, but some of them are very, very hard to achieve. Why is this? It's because sustainability is a transdisciplinary, not just an interdisciplinary or a multidisciplinary. It is a transdisciplinarity. It transcends disciplines. We don't even have the methods to do some of these things. We don't have the understanding how to go about doing some of these things. So it's a transdisciplinary, socio-technical. It's not just about the technologies. It's about how people interact with the technologies. Cultural, political, and educational issue all at the same time. No one sector, no one effort can deal with the scale or the dilemmas that are associated with this problem. Some of you have seen this before in different versions. This is from Gartner Research. Gartner Research some years ago created this hype cycle. Whenever a new technology comes along, or a new way of doing things, a lot of it is hype. Right now we're living in the era of AI hype. We are over-investing in AI right now, maybe 5 or 6 times more than the money is actually needed. There's huge enthusiasm for AI all over the world. Everybody's using AI. Everybody wants to get into AI. Everybody wants AI to transform everything. This is called technological enthusiasm. Every single technology, this is what happens. We get incredibly enthusiastic. It's going to change the world as we know it. And then over time, you can see how the hype cycle is a lot higher. And then eventually, over on the right-hand side, it settles down into something more modest. And some of the things on the left-hand side actually will disappear. They will never make it to the right-hand side. But you can see the timeline down the bottom, 2 years, 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years. Anything that's yellow, it's estimated it'll be more than 10 years before we have some of this stuff happening. But most of it is nowhere near as fruitful as we thought it would be when we started. It's also important to remind ourselves that old technologies never die. Every day, somebody in this room or online, you use a pen or a pencil. You write on a piece of paper. These technologies are thousands and thousands of years old, but we still find uses for them. So technologies never disappear, and after we get through the hype of all these things, things eventually settle into a new normal, and we incorporate this new technology into all the other technologies that we use in a continuing kind of way. This is called a Nature Futures Framework. People are working on the question about how do we actually begin to model ways in which these things can and should interact. So this is from a very good article, and this particular model is looking at it in relationship to sea and land use of the seas and use of land. But you have various different players, you have various indirect drivers and direct drivers. You think about ways in which what you're aiming for in terms of your quality of life, the way nature contributes to people, the valuing of nature in and of itself, its intrinsic value that it has in and of itself. And you have to work out all these different kinds of interventions and understandings as you move forward. Let's come to a startup. The startup agenda in Indonesia. The startup environment in Indonesia right now presents a lot of challenges to anybody launching a venture. There are many, many factors that relate to this, but operational efficiency is perhaps the biggest barrier. This is the World Bank's assessment of doing business in different countries of the world. Indonesia ranks much better than it used to in terms of business entry. That's been a big improvement. Regulatory environment and public services has actually gone up quite a bit in this kind of a graphic over the last 20 years. But the operational efficiency remains very, very low. And I don't need to remind you that there are everyday examples in your life where you see operational inefficiencies all the time. When we think about things like sustainable diets, this is a food system. And you think about if you want to have a sustainable diet, you've got to work across 6 different areas to get to a sustainable diet. These things are very, very difficult. In the interest of time, I'm moving along here rather quickly. Next slide, please. There we go. I want to introduce you to this little graphic. This is a common good ethical integrity discernment. The author of this, his name is Marco Tavanti. He's been arguing for some time, along with a group of his colleagues, that we need to get better at actually thinking about the common good in a disciplined kind of way, and we need to have discernment about whether these things are really ethically suitable. And it's 4 S's. Synchronicity, which asks the question up on the far right, Is my decision true to my deepest values and uncompromising principles? Is this policy really coherent and fundamental to the mission and values of my organization? Subsidiarity. Is my decision, down the bottom right, is my decision empowering others and promoting leadership development in my organization? Solidarity. On the far left, what decision would more positively affect the poor in society or the most vulnerable people, which we were reminded of earlier today, that's an important consideration. And then sustainability. Is my decision making a positive change for the community and future generations? So when we think about these kinds of questions, and if you're thinking about it as a startup or you're thinking about it as a venture that already exists and now you're trying to scale to a bigger level, that's a different type of entrepreneurship. It's about scaling and the risk undertaking with scaling. Creating, launching, and maintaining a successful startup that is not a micro business and turning it into a legitimate, semi-permanent entity remains a steep challenge in Indonesia. The startup environment in Indonesia is difficult to navigate successfully. This is why we see many, many micro startups that begin, and then a few years later they're gone. It's a very difficult environment in which to work. I am telling you, my opinion is, for these startups, sustainability is more of a peripheral issue, unless it's at the very core of what your startup is trying to achieve. But that takes it down to the bottom. Even though there might be a viable business, you're still facing a very steep hill because you have to find somebody willing to back you for some period of time to do something at scale. There are some examples right now in Indonesia I could point you to, and maybe we'll come back to that later, of startups that are actually focused on a sustainability issue, and thus far they're making a successful go of it. But they have a long, steep hill ahead of them for what they'll have to get to and the kind of resources and expertise they need to go to the next level. For entrepreneurship that already exists, that looks a little bit brighter, I would say. But even then, I'm going to qualify it. So I say for an existing venture that wants to scale up, yes, it's a qualified yes. It is still hard to meet the demands of what true sustainability actually requires. Because sustainability usually involves thinking about the whole value chain across the life cycle of a product, of a goods, or of services. And that means it's very difficult. You have to have the right alignment of players, of partners, of people that you need to make these things happen. And many times you don't have that. So for many, many, even existing ventures, there's a lot of use of the word sustainability right now, but when you look underneath it, you find there's not anybody home. It's empty promise, and it's clever marketing. So these are the challenges we have, but if we go back to our original question, is it a central or peripheral? The answer, like lawyers often give, is it all depends. It depends on who, on what, on when, on where, and ultimately it depends on what kind of backing and support can you have, and will consumers or customers or clients actually be willing to pay the additional surcharge that being truly sustainable usually requires. And I think for middle and low income countries, this is a much steeper mountain to climb than people who are in higher income countries. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Dennis Chick, for sharing those valuable insights. Whether sustainability is the center or peripheral, it depends on when, what, who we are dealing with, and the depend of the sustainability itself. All right, Prof. Dennis, we will invite you back for question and answer session. Let's move on directly to our third speaker today. Prof. Sai Wang Chung, or known as Prof. Bill, is a distinguished chair professor at Chung-Yuan Christian University in Taiwan, where he also directs the Center for High-Value Industry Promotion and the Collegiate Cooperation Program for Indo-KUT. With a PhD in Chemical Engineering from the University of Missouri, Columbia, Prof. Bill has built an illustrious career bridging academia and industry. He has held key leadership roles at CYCU, including Vice President, Dean of the College of Engineering, and CEO of the Executive Operations Center for Industry-Academia Cooperation. As an internationally recognized scholar, Prof. Bill has also been a visiting professor at prominent institutions across Asia and the US, including Indonesia's Bandung Institute of Technology and the University of Missouri, Columbia. Named among the world's top 2% scientists in chemical engineering by Stanford University, Prof. Bill research focused on separation technology, bioresource industry, and sustainable development. He has authored over 120 journal and conference papers, holds 7 patents, and has received numerous awards reflecting his impact on science and innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Prof. Bill one more time with a big applause. Prof. Bill, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I can use this one. Okay, oh, okay, I see. Can you come back? Can you, oh, let me try. But it seems not to work. Come back. This way? Okay. Okay. We just listened about the 2 speakers talking about the importance of ESG for the enterprise and also the true meaning of sustainability. But now I'd like to give you a real example of entrepreneurship in the field of sustainability very nearby, just in Kadiri area. So that's a case in Taiwan, Japan, and in Indonesia. So here we're going to give you 2 processes. That's simple process. That's is from the how to deal with agro waste. We go pineapple leaf. When we in Kadiri area, there's so many pineapple plantation in that area, but there's so many agro waste every year. So we use first process is try to take out the fiber from the pineapple leaf for the textile industry. And then the second process is that after you take out the fibers, you're going to still have some juice and some residue, solid residue. And the solid residue, we like to make that become powder and then add it to bioplastic material and to make some biodegradable master batch to replace the plastic industry to make some disposable bioplastic, for example, disposable tableware or paper bag, something like this. Okay, so, and in the final, we're going to give you we call entrepreneurship ecosystem. And this ecosystem, including several resources. And it's just in Taiwan, it's quite popular for that one. So that's the reason why this example today is a startup in Okinawa, basically a Japanese company. And then we help them to come to Taiwan to set up a company in Taiwan and then come to Indonesia. Maybe recently they're going to have a company in Kadiri area, I think. Maybe in different area, but their factory is going to be in Kadiri area. That one is for the pineapple leaf fiber. So for our next, still not work. Okay. So pineapple leaf is basically is agro waste. They can be made a fertilizer, fiber, composite material, RDF. But in here, we're going to focus on fiber and composite material. The composite material is just for the biodegradable plastic, I think. Okay. The production of pineapple leaf, you can see in Costa Rica, not quite, right? Not work, okay, okay. If you see the amount of production, the number one is Costa Rica. But if you see that one is the per hectare, the production per hectare, number one is Indonesia. So this one, you can see that this is the reason why we come from Okinawa to Taiwan, and from Taiwan to here. You can see the number in here. Not work. Okay. In Kadiri, there's one district. The total area of the plantation pineapple is around 7,700 hectares. And then you can see, because it's a high density plantation, so you're going to get about 600,000 tons pineapple leaf every year, and about 800,000 tons of pineapple leaf of West. But you can compare to Taiwan. Okay. Okay. Compared to Taiwan, the whole island, the total pineapple leaf plantation, we have 9,400 hectares, but just only produce 480,000 tons pineapple leaf and pineapple, and about 700,000 tons pineapple leaves. Just only one district in Kadiri, already more than the total production of Taiwan. If compared to Okinawa, even less than Taiwan. Okay, so that's the reason to come to here. Okay, in the world, total about 76 million tons of discarded pineapple leaf, which were burned or incinerated as garbage. So you're going to get so many NOx or carbon dioxide emission. So if we can use this pineapple leaf fiber or using the residue to make some other application, it's possible to deal with the environmental problem, and also possible to get some, we call entrepreneurship, or you say technopreneurship, using some technology. Okay. Okay. For the pineapple leaf with after pretreatment, we're using the degumming method, we're using the extraction method to get fiber. This method we call hydraulic extraction. But as you know that in Indonesia, or the other country, in Southeast Asia country, people using mechanical way to get fiber. The mechanical way just like using a rotary blade, just knife to cut the surface of the residue and you take out the fiber. But we, in this study, we developed a new machine we call hydraulic degumming. The hydraulic degumming using high pressure water to take out the residue and relieve to get to the fiber. But for this one, you're going to see, you're going to do extraction and degumming in the same time. So you have two, for example, for mechanical extraction, you only get a fiber. You are not doing degumming. That means the fiber diameter still large. That means you're going to get, if you use that material to do textile industry, you're going to get the clothes is tough, not a soft one. But if you have a fine fiber, maybe you need to do degumming. But the hydraulic machine can do this both. That means in the same time. So we developed this machine in Taiwan, and of course the idea come from Japan, and then in Taiwan we mass production this kind of a machine, and now in Kadiri we have about 10 sets of this system. And so after you do extraction, you get a fiber, and then you take out fiber, you get a residue. And then the fiber, you dry that one, and then you test its mechanical strength. Why need to take a mechanical strength? Because that one affect the follow procedure to make the clothes or do other application. And then for pineapple leaf residue, we dry and grind that one to less than 150 mesh. And then we mix with PLA, polylactic acid, and other bioplastic PBS, PBAT to make a composite material. This composite material can replace the plastic, because this one we call bioplastic or biodegradable plastic. And then we don't need to change the machine. Right now in Indonesia, they're using the feedstock is for the fossil plastic. You can simply replace to this small pellet using pineapple leaf to make that one with PLA. And then you can simply replace this one and then put into your machine, and then you're gonna produce tableware, or you can produce paperback, but that one is a biodegradable one. Okay, so this is the these two processes we are going to mention today. Okay. For the fiber extraction method, as I mentioned, people using mechanical way. Previously, people using something that not environmental friendly, maybe wetting, chemical, but that one is impossible to use right now because this is not an environmental friendly way. But using enzyme, possible. But if you're using enzyme directly to get fiber, you're going to need a lot of enzyme. That means you may be, I think, very costly one. So the hydraulic extraction one is easy, low cost, and water can be recycled. The method to get the composite material, there are two ways to do that. The first one, inject molding machine. That one is for mass production. That means you can easy to see in the factory. But in the laboratory, people can using chemical solvent method to get to the sample and then to test its mechanical strength and the property. So that one is easy to use in lab and low cost. So we choose chemical way. And fiber extraction machine right now, I think you can see the first one is for the traditional one. The traditional one, just as I mentioned, is a rotary blade one. So we have a single machine and a continuous machine. And for the hydraulic extraction machine developed in CYCU and in my university, the first generation you can see that's in the center one. They have pre-treatment one and then the hydraulic one, hydraulic extraction one. And then now new generation is in Kadiri now. So we also have two sections. One part is pre-treatment. The other one is for the hydraulic extraction. Okay, so this one. And this one, pre-treatment. After pre-treatment, what does it look like? You can see on the surface of the pineapple leaf, it's going to be scratched. It's easy for using high pressure water to take out this fiber. Without this, that means you need more power. So that means the energy consuming. Okay. So after you do extraction, you get the fiber look like this. And then go to oven, you can dry that one. It's about okay. As to make we call the biodegradable plastic, you can see the biomass powder, that means come from pineapple leaf residue. We dry and grind that to powder. And then we screen that one to less than 150 mesh. And then we mix with PLA, PBS, PBAT with this biomass powder in chloroform. That's chemical solvent way. So, and then put it into a mold. After drying, you get the sample like this. And then we can use this sample to take its mechanical property. So for operating parameter in here, finally we select the conveying speed about 1 RPM. That means you fit the pineapple leaf into the machine. And then the water jet frequency, that means from left to right, right to left, they spray the water. So just look like this way. And then it's about 65 times per minute. And the water jet pressure about 40 kilo. And this FTIR microscope, you can see the figure here. There are so many functional groups you can find. Here, here, here. Okay. You can see that the red color one is from mechanical extraction. It's a peak area larger than the other one, green color and the black color. The green color one is a hydraulic extraction that's using the new machine. The peak is smaller. Peak area is smaller. That means the peptin is smaller. That means with this one, unlike a mechanical knife extraction, both the hydraulic extraction and the enzyme degumming extraction remove some of the peptin. So we take out peptin. That means the fiber gonna be more fine and more soft and easy to make a high quality textile material. So, and this one is, we take 8 samples after we come from the hydraulic extraction. This 8 sample we measure its weight every 5 minutes in the oven. So after 45 minutes, you can see everyone stable. That means the weight will not change longer. So that means the oven temperature 60 degrees times 45 is enough. 5 minutes is enough. For SEM, scanning electron microscope image, you can see that to compare mechanical extraction and hydraulic extraction degumming, the service quite different. You can see for the mechanical extraction, the gum in between fiber, on the surface of fiber, still very heavy. But for the hydraulic extraction degumming, they already take out part of the gum. So we call this process partial degumming, not to take out all the gum. If you take out all the gum, the fiber too small, too short. But we take out part of them, we can get the fiber diameter smaller and then more softer, but still have a long fiber. And for the fracture surface, that means we cut the fiber and see the other side, see this side. You're going to see that its diameter also smaller for using hydraulic extraction. So from here, the first one, you see, if we're using mechanical extraction, that means using rotary blade to get the fiber, the diameter about 12.3 μm. But if we're using we call hydraulic extraction degumming machine, that's our new machine, the average diameter about 4.7 μm. So, and for example, in here, we already have fiber using mechanical way and already dried. We can buy from Gadiri and send back to Taiwan to do rest of the procedure. So we have 2 ways to do that. The first one is that we changed the process to new machine. That means we're using hydraulic way to get the fiber. That's a new way. We also can follow the old procedure. That means we take the fiber from mechanical way. That means the Gadiri area already have farmers produce this fiber and dry that one. After drying, you can do 3 ways. The first way is that you can using we call carding machine to let that one become to reduce his diameter to 6.7 μm, but cannot let them even smaller. So almost half. But if you're using this dried fiber from mechanical extraction and using enzyme to soak that one in Taiwan, then you can reduce his diameter to 4 μm, around 4 μm. But if you're using this dried from mechanical extraction, the dried fiber, using hydraulic way in here, useless. Why? Because they already stick together. It's hard to using water to let this separate again, because already dried. So it's hard to using hydraulic way. So only you can do is using carding machine or using enzyme degumming process after you get the fiber from traditional way. Or you change this one to a new machine using hydraulic way. You can get a high quality fiber. This high quality fiber now is priced very high. I think that one more than $30 per kilo. Not 30, so $300 per kilo. Okay. And this one is for the mechanical property. That one just like the SEM figure. if you're using traditional way, of course, the fiber still, in between the fibers still have some gum there, so that means the mechanical property speed strength should be higher. And then if you're using the hydraulic way, we reduce that one to 10. And then if you're using we take the fiber from traditional way and using enzyme to deal with, then you reduce to 8.2. That one is also the way we can do. And then for the second part of data is mentioned about the tensor strength for the, I think the composite material for the biodegradable plastic. For this one, we're using RSM, response service methodology. It's a statistical method to do experiment. For example, TSMC, that's a semiconductor manufacturing company in Taiwan. They're also using RSM for each unit. So use RSM can let you to find the optimal condition of the operating condition or the formula, the optimal formula composition. So in our laboratory, we also using JMP software to get the RSM. And then we find that in the 15th round, the tensor strength is very high, the highest one. So that one means we need to PLA 60%, PBS 15%, PBAT 10%, and then the rest of 15% is the pineapple leaf fiber, pineapple leaf residue. Okay, so powder. So PLA, polylactic acid, polyacid, or PBS and PBAT, they have named there. They are all bioplastic material. And if we're using ANOVA analysis of variance, we see that which parameter is important. In here, you can see that the PLA important, of course, but PBS and PBAT, PBS more important than PBAT. So that's for tensor strength. So that means if you need a higher tensor strength, you maybe need more PBS. This is what the interaction between parameters. I think we don't need to mention this here. Okay, for the other one, for elongation the black, we pour this material, then it's gonna be black. Then how they can stand to which one is better? You're gonna see the number 13. You get the PLA 60% and PBS 10%, PBAT 15%, and the rest of the 15% is pineapple leaf fiber residue. That one's the maximal one. And then if you do analysis variance, you're going to see PLA important, no problem. But why is it important? We see p-value. If p-value less than 0.005, that means it's important, significant. Okay, and then if we get from here, we can see PBAT is more significant to PBS. That means if you need a more elongation property, that means you pour this material, for example, you make a straw. If you make a straw, you're going to pour this one in a very long straw there in the machine. So you need more PBAT than PBS. So that one gives us some idea also how to make, if you make something like a plate, cup, maybe you need more tensor strength. That means you maybe need more PBS, not PBAT. Okay. That's the interaction between variables. Okay, we can put two together, but it's meaningless. Okay, if we try to increase the amount of pineapple leaf residue, how many we can do? You can see up to 45%. His property reduced so much. So maybe the maxima is less than 45% you can put in. But why we need to put in pineapple leaf residue into PLA? That's try to reduce your cost. For example, if 1 kilo PLA $100, how much PBS? Maybe $80. How much PBAT? Maybe $50. How much the pineapple leaf residue? $10. So if we can put more cheaper material together to make this biodegradable plastic, then we can reduce his raw material cost. It's more popular, more possible to let people to use this material to replace the plastic. So this is the remark in the first section. You can see the operating condition. If we were to take out the fiber, you see only 1.1%. That means a leaf, you only 1.1% fiber. Rest of them is not fiber. So you get the others, you get so many residue, not the fiber. So we use residue also, not only fiber. And also the drying condition, and then the best tensile strength condition, best elongation, the bracket condition for the composite material. So we compare to PLF, traditional one. I think this one, the hydraulic extraction degumming machine, not only produce high quality pine fiber and also more environmental friendly in the PLF extraction process. And we're going to talking about the entrepreneurship ecosystem. CYCU created this system, I think, for more than 30 years, the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we founded on 1955. That means next year, we're going to have a 70-year anniversary. Okay. And chemical engineering field in CYCU is the very special field in CYCU because we are in top 100 university in the world, especially in the chemical engineering field. But if for the engineering field, maybe in 300. For mechanical one, maybe 200. So but for the whole university, maybe 800 to 1,000, yeah. So that's one. So we put this, most of the resources in chemical engineering field to let this field become the #1 in Taiwan right now. Even National Taiwan University maybe #2, but we are #1 in Taiwan right now. So because you put all resources in this special field. So you can see for example, the president of CPC, China Petroleum Company, China Petroleum Group, just like Pertamina in Taiwan, in Indonesia. So their president, most of their high-level officials all graduate from this department. So, and also for the plastic one, for example, Formosa Plastic is also #1 plastic industry in Taiwan. Their higher-level officials all graduate from this department. So when I was department chair in this one, you can see every year reunion, they come back, sit under in the seat, you can see their capital, if you combine them together, can be a huge number there. So their president, vice president all come back to CYCU for the reunion every year. Okay. And what means that this system we call entrepreneur ecosystem? If we have a startup, no matter in campus, or for example, this example is come from Japan. We try to using we call integrate the internal resources. That means university resources here. This one is university resources. And then external professional resources, we call social resources. The social resources, you can see all the circle, most of the other social resources. And then the government resources, the other lighter blue one, that circle. That from government. And we try to using all these resources to help this startup. For example, we have the company from Japan to Taiwan, we did the MOST, Ministry of Science and Technology, to provide some research funding to develop the new machine in Taiwan. And also we can get something like MOEA, that's MOE, Ministry of Economic Affairs. MOEA is Ministry of Economic Affairs. They have an office for Japan, Taiwan, Industrial Cooperation Office. They support all the possible activity between us. There's any transportation fee or any activity, they support us for this. So that's quite easy to get this to the Japanese new startup in Taiwan. They get the resources from Okinawa local government and also get the supporting system from the Taiwan government. And also the university system, that means we have an office to help this company in Taiwan to do to set up a new company in Taiwan. See, next one. Okay. This office in campus we call EOOIA, Executive Operation Office for Industrial Academic Cooperation. I was the dean of this office before, and then under this office we have 4 centers. The first one is Research and Industry Alliance, we call GLORIA office, the Global Research and Industry Alliance. This one belongs to Ministry of Science and Technology. That means there's a branch office in our campus. And this office, we take up, we let to the international company and local company become membership of GLORIA. And they need to hand in about, I think, $30,000 or $35,000 per year. And then if for the local enterprise, maybe less than this number, but it can be negotiable. But for international ones, above $35,000 every year to keep their membership. This membership, we can provide them service. The service just we call the value-added service. Okay. And the second center we call Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, and Technology Transfer Center, and the Incubation Center. And then we provide value-added service to in-campus enterprise, and to let them become domestic industry, and even to become international enterprise. And the enterprise also can feedback to the university. Okay. And how we run this system? The simple way is that you can read the paper. This paper wrote by a scholar from University Sam, Malaysia. He came to my, I think, my university to stay about 8 months to study our EOOIA, how to operate this EOOIA. And finally, we wrote a paper together and published in this journal. And we, I think that it just introduced how we run this system. So the title is the State and University Industry Collaboration. So this including the government and university and industry working together. So this derived insight from Taiwan's top private university. I think that's the title of this paper. And I think last time, several years ago, just after COVID, I met the vice president of the University of Malaysia. He read this paper. He also read this paper, and he told me that it's possible he also sent one faculty member to our university to see that they'd like to have a system like a EOOIA in CYCU. They also hope that in Malaysia also can have an office look like this, because the incubator, the technology transfer licensing office, they are in different department in the university, or in a different office in the university. But in CYCU, we try to integrate under the office called EOOIA. So that means that just only one dean can have these 4 centers director working together. So that means can provide more helpful for the startup or for the industrial academic cooperation. So that's the way in Taiwan. We usually do it this way, but in Malaysia it's different. So that's the reason why he have interest to come to see that it's possible to set up a system look like this. And we also have some platform. This platform is for industrial academic research cooperation. We have 7 co-incubator. One is in Jakarta. Okay. And we also assist some Taiwanese company to come to Indonesia to do something like industrial academic cooperation, or to do evaluation for their investment in here. For example, Foxconn Technology and Deskin Technology Company. This company also will come with me maybe next month to Jambi. We will have an example there, okay, to show them. This company is TSMC gas treatment equipment supplier. It's the only supplier. So it's a listed company in Taiwan. And the other one is the LGY Group. It's a petrochemical industry company. And China Petrom Group, just like a Petromina, is a CPC, okay. And I will give you the entrepreneurship for sustainability example. That one just for Food Reborn, just a company from Japan. The total application of pineapple leaf. So in here, you already see pineapple leaf can become fiber and can become biodegradable plastic
And how about the peel of pineapple can become cleansing gel? And how about the pineapple can be dried in different way to keep its enzyme? So that means we call low temperature vacuum drying system. And tomorrow we're going to have a company from Taiwan to UC. We're just talking about to introduce this system to here. Is it possible to make something like we can let our pineapple not dried by high temperature drying. We can give them low temperature and vacuum drying system in here. This company will come to here, meet with me and Stephen tomorrow morning. So, and why they come here? Because they already get some order from Indonesia recently. So they know that for the fluid, to keep the fluid in even higher value, the better way is low temperature and we can vacuum drying system. So there are so many companies already have interesting to place this order in Taiwan, and Taiwan manufacturing company have interesting to set up local office in Jakarta right now. So we just talking about, is that possible any cooperation, or we can get one machine in here, then we can do some, something like entrepreneurship in campus, okay. And this one is we signed the industrial academic cooperation in EOOIA, and with Food Reborn, is a Japanese company. This is the President Uda, okay. This is our EOOIA office and our membrane research center, okay. So maybe next time, if you have chance to visit our university, I will bring you to this center. And that's the machine for hydraulic extraction. We developed this machine in Chuten Industry. Their VP will come to UC tomorrow, Chuten Industry. That's first generation one, but now we hope that we not only for pineapple machine, we hope that we can have the other machine related to the pineapple total application. And then the second generation now already in Kadiri, this one. Okay. And we have, we published this technology in Tokyo and Taiwan in 2023. And this is a newspaper for this. And we also visit some pineapple farm in Subang, Bogor, and Kadiri. Finally, we choose Kadiri. The reason I already mentioned. Okay. And we also cooperate with the Ministry of, we visit Ministry of Industry, Indonesia, and also Gaude, and we try to find some local partner. And this figure, I think, is in Solo. It's a royal family of, I think that's an ancient, I think in Indonesia, I think, okay. And this one is a training center in Malang. We set up a training center with Brawijaya University also there, okay. Those faculty members come from Brawijaya University. Okay, from this figure you can see more clearly. For pineapple leaf, after scrap the surface treatment, and then you get a leaf, and you also take out some, something like you can get some wax from the surface of leaf. So the wax can make a plant wax. The plant wax can make medicine and cosmetic. So that's one. And for the leaf, you get a fiber and a residue. And fiber, you can get something like to the textile industry. Also possible to get a sugar. So that one is different idea, is that with that fiber, doing hydrolysis process, you get a sugar. And then you have sugar, you can make a PLA. The PLA can come back to mix with the pineapple leaf residue powder to make a bioplastic master batch. So that one, you also can get this sugar to get the ethanol. And ethanol take out water, you get ethylene. You put the polyethylene, you get a cross. So you can replace the fossil chemical industry completely. So, and for the residue, of course, you can get the biodegradable plastic pallet or even skincare product. Next month, we're gonna have a new skincare product come from pineapple leaf because they contain anthocyanin and also have some other antioxidant properties. Very good for skincare product. So we're going to have a new product in Taiwan next month. Okay. And this one is, you can see, you can get the fiber to make a yarn to clothes. For example, if you like to, this is the fiber we have, look like this fiber. And then you can have a clothes. You can make a clothes look like this clothes there. It's using pineapple leaf fiber. Okay. And of course, you can make so many bioplastic material. And the other thing is that the cellulose convert to sugar. How to do that? It's quite simple, just only hydrolysis process. And then you can get sugar. And then that's low concentration sugar. Just using membrane technology, you can concentrate that one, and then you can put the other bacteria. You get the fermentation process. You can get the PLA, or you can get ethanol. That's one. And that one is, I think, maybe possible to deal with if we're using enzyme to do degumming. Then there's going to be no wastewater, because the enzyme degumming, you're going to get sugar actually in the wastewater. Then we can take out the sugar and let the clean water flow recycle. So that means if we're using enzyme to the process for the degumming, so that means, as I mentioned earlier, they have two ways to do that. The first one is that you're using new machine, hydraulic way to get fiber. The other one, we accept the traditional machine. That means already exist. Their fiber come from mechanical way, and then we using enzyme to do degumming, follow-up. And then the wastewater actually is sugar. And then we concentrate the sugar and recycle this one back to the system. And this sugar can send to Thailand for Suzuki company. They have a sugar to ethanol process in Thailand. Okay. So, finally we're going to see this. We have, for example, if we try to build a sustainable future through entrepreneur's ecosystem, how about we just look at the pineapple? There's so many things you can do. For example, the pineapple leaf, just like we mentioned in here, Food Reborn Company, already go to textile industry and fashion industry. And then for the startup for biodegradable plastic master batch, that one in Indonesia, no this kind of factory right now. We only import from Singapore, or from Singapore maybe import from China. So China, Singapore to Indonesia. Why not we have one here? So we're discussing with some company in the other country. We hope that he can have a PLA, because there are so many waste in here. If you have fiber, you can have sugar. If you have sugar, you're going to have polylactic, you're going to have lactic acid. If you have lactic acid, you're going to have polylactic acid, PLA. So that means that means you're going to have a bunch of raw material as your feedstock to do this. So that one also possible to here. And the third one is that if we extract pineapple leaf, we using membrane extraction technology. We have patent for that one. That's you can make a skincare product to using this one. Okay, so after that you can. The other one you still can make so many others using this pineapple. Is an example. So this one, if we do the entrepreneurship, maybe you can fulfill the SDG 12, 7, and 2. Okay, we finish, I think. Okay, thank you for your listening. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Bill. You may be seated because we will continue for question and answer session. And I would like to invite one more time Prof. Dennis on the stage for the Q&A, and also Mr. Suripno that coming from Zoom for Q&A session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now I will open the floor to questions. Please raise your hand if you have question, and I'll make sure that the microphone reach you. For those who coming online, you can ask through the Zoom chat. All right, anyone? Okay. From this side, please mention to whom the question is given, Bu.
Good morning. I'm Amelia Naim from IPMI Institute, Jakarta, Indonesia. And I'm really grateful to be here. Such a great day and then such a great speech from all of you. Thank you so much. And my question, okay, I'm really amazed with this thought-provoking research that has been done by Professor Dennis Chi on the sustainability. And then that you have come up with the conclusion that this should be something just peripheral for the micro and small business. And I just want to share my experience with my students. We've been using the, we are part of this sustainability mindset working group of the PRIME, Principle for Responsible Management Education. And then back then in 2014, I was invited to join this new movement in the, it was together with the Global Compact discussion in New York City. And we were starting this movement together. The leader was Case Western University, and it was www.aimtoflourish.com. And since then, we have published more than 5,000 stories of micro, small, medium enterprises actually solving the world's problem and supporting the SDG by innovating, transforming the way they do business so that they will solve the problem of the world. At the same time, they are supporting the SDG. So from IPMI Institute, our students have been doing something like a detective work, like they go to the business and then they interview the founder or the man behind the gun, the one who knows the business model, the inventors and the founders of the business. And then they have revealed that there are so many stories which is really making us very happy. For example, like if you just want to go to the flourish.com, IPMI Institute have published 350 something stories of this small, micro, medium business, UMKM, that is actually solving the world's problem by supporting the SDG, and they are very profitable. And just like sharing the story, yesterday we were just interviewing a small business already exporting to European countries, and they are turning water hyacinth and cenggondok into very beautiful, chairs and basket and then all kinds of furnitures. And then they are also using all kinds of material that we've never thought before. And then I'm also very happy to listen to Professor Ser Wang Chung about this pineapple thing, because I just also went to Lampung to interview the Great Giant Pineapple. There's a big factory there. And then it is a circular economy where all this pineapple, they are using the waste to turn it into a feedlot. And then for the cattle breeding, and then from the cattle manure, they're using it for the fertilizer for the pineapple. And it's been so many, positive stories from these businesses that is giving us hope. So. And then we are also doing the collaborative online international learning with other universities around the world. We are doing this Aim to Flourish together for 6 weeks. So the team will be like IPMI students and University of Guelph, Canada students, University of Navarra, Spain students, and all these other 9 campuses around the world. But they will find all this flourishing business. And it's not only in, it's everywhere. We can find it everywhere. So we got stories from Spain, from Canada, and it is really giving us hope. So I just want to ask, do you think this movement will somehow in the future, we will can kind of like say positively that yes, we can actually solve the problem of the world, and then we can actually innovate the way they do business, so that it is going to be not just peripheral? That's just the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so first I'm happy to say that ESIC School of Management, where I teach in France for the last 10 years, we're also a founding member of Prime. So I'm very aware of that effort. And I'm very aware that there are extremely positive stories about micro and small businesses who are doing useful things and interesting things. No question about that either. That wasn't really my central point. My central point is that if we look across millions of startups worldwide, the number of those that are actually focused on sustainable kinds of things is very, very small, and very, very few of those go on to scale. And I'm interested in the scaling dimension, because many of the problems we're talking about, they're not going to be solved by lots of small little enterprises that are doing these things. I mean, I can actually take you back in history 300 years ago where there were sustainable enterprises, right? That's not new. What's challenging in today's environment is most of the problems we're dealing with now have grown to such a level that they are truly global in scope. And that requires systems to change at a very large scale. So, and there's positive stories certainly in the large company kind of space as well, where we can think about DuPont or Nestle or Walmart that have decreased their waste in their supply chains by over 1,000%. In some cases, more than 5,000%. So there's certainly many positive examples. And in that sense, I'm optimistic. But I'm also a realist. And so what I'm talking about is really, you see a lot of things where there's an enormous pressure put on in business schools right now, because I teach in business schools, and I'm very familiar with business schools around the globe. There are many, many business schools now that are pressuring students. I would characterize it as pressuring students to launch a sustainable startup. What I'm arguing is we should decrease that pressure, because in certain situations, there are so many other pressures they have to overcome to be successful for at least a period of years as a startup, that to automatically sort of insist on that, I think is a mistake. So that's just a personal opinion, like I say, and and it is based upon a lot of understanding about very good things that are happening all over the place. And that's true in my home institution in France. I can show you some examples here at Ciputra, right? Where people have had a sustainable focus, and yeah, they're working the problem. But we shouldn't pretend that that's going to solve the bigger problems, that sustainability is really at its core about these much bigger things. And that's where we have to turn to things like industrializable processes, like my colleague here has been faithfully working on, in terms of how do you get it out of the laboratory, out of the startup, actually into production systems at a global scale. And that's a very difficult challenge, as we got some sense of when we went through all the chemical engineering, the chemistry, the biology, all the different stuff that has to come together for Food Reborn to get to where they are right now in their journey. And they're still not yet at the point of where they really are trying to get to. So this is a tremendous journey. It's an expensive journey. It's a long journey. And that's outside the realm of, most micro and small business startups.
Okay. Actually, I think the most important things for the sustainability is that we can let more young talent to join the activity, and they know, and they can do it, follow whole his life. And so I think that's what's more important. So when we say the ESG or social responsibility, I think in Taiwan we call University Social Responsibility, USR. So USR basically have funding from government. So you can apply. Last week, my project is already in final competition. So maybe next week I can get the result. So how we did that one? If we get funding, we can invite our student come to UC and then working the project like a food reborn. And food reborn support budget also into these students. So local student. And then the Taiwan student can get support from the government USR project. And then they can working together to do some interesting thing in Kadiri or in somewhere. And then they can working together and even they have a new idea come out. Then we can go back to Okinawa because in Japan, more easier to get a startup funding from local government. So we can set up a company in Japan and Okinawa also. And that's new startup. And then have this funding come to Taiwan and to Indonesia. It should be no problem. So that one is the way maybe more easier because in Japan, they have more funding in startup. In Taiwan, we have more funding in university responsibility from Ministry of Education. So that one, we combine all these resources together to let our young talent have a chance to join the activity that set up, maybe industry have interesting. Maybe we hope that have some educational meaning for them. Then we can set up this kind of activity in Indonesia. I hope that the next year, our student, not to go to Okinawa, we will bring Taiwanese student and Okinawa student to UC. They join together and then do something like you can do something for the university social responsibility and let them to know what means SDG, not just only in the class. They can do something and they have some idea and they also can help our enterprise in here, for example, Food Reborn, or for some company I bring from Taiwan to here. They can promote their company to all people in Indonesia. This one is a SDG company. What they did is very good for this environment in here. So the student can help the enterprise have a very good, something like their face to the local people or face to the government of this area. They think that it's a good company, it's good to be developed in Indonesia. So everyone like him. That's because our student, they help them. So they can help each other. That means enterprise can help the student to know more about sustainability. And student can help the enterprise have a very good positive image for the local people or for the government. I think that one is a very good combination. And we find, because we have been working this kind of project in Japan, in Taiwan, and Indonesia. So I find that everyone has their resources. We just only need to combine all resources together. Then we can create some activity in UC. I hope that because UC quite, I think people know that we are talking about sustainability and entrepreneurship. If everyone think this image is UC, so we should come to this UC Ciputra University to do this. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you, Prof. Dennis and Prof. Bill. Is there any more question? Okay. The microphone.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lili Suharti. Test.
Yeah.
Test. All right. Okay, my name is Lili Suharti. I'm from Satya Wacana Christian University Salatiga, Central Java. I want to ask question first for Mr. Suripno. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Suripno, for the good material presented. I believe that ESG has been implemented well in Pertamina, But especially, I think from many of evidence show that Pertamina cares about more to environmental aspect in particular. However, in the field, we know that there are still many cases that occur which are detrimental to the society at large. For example, full hoarding by several individuals, and also unequal distribution of fuel in various regions in Indonesia, which then will disrupt subsequent business process activities, including entrepreneurship. So my question is, are those issues also become consideration of Pertamina in ESG implementation? How does Pertamina overcome these various problems in the field? That is my question to Mr. Suripno.
All right.
Okay, my second question.
We are so sorry that Mr. Suripno is still not with us, but we will convey your question to him directly, so you can continue for your next question to Prof. Dennis and Prof. Bill.
Okay, my second question is to Professor Dennis. I'm really enjoy the presentation, and I also agree that building a sustainable business is not easy, especially in the case of Indonesia. I'm sure, and I also believe that there are higher mountains that must be climbed, but for many businesses in Indonesia. For startup businesses that involve the millennial generation, it might be easier to answer a number of sustainability questions that have been presented by Prof. Dennis. But what about SMEs, or small medium enterprises in Indonesia, which accounts for almost 90% of business entities in Indonesia? And we also know many of the SMEs, most of the SMEs, because of their characteristic, they become more short-term orientation, and also in their practice, in their operation, many of them practice that unenvironmentally friendly practices. So my question is, how that we can help that SMEs, those SMEs in Indonesia, to become a sustainable businesses? Because as we know in the market, the sustainable businesses practice is not popular, such as the shop is not allowed to give like a plastic bag for the customer. And also on the other hand, we also have to reduce the use of water, like in the green hotel, for example. Most of the things for most of Indonesian customers is become unpopular. On the other hand, the SMEs, they have to reach their profitability in the short term, which is reverse to the sustainability practices. So maybe Professor Dennis can give us some of the advices about like the supporting system or supporting factors that should be done to help the SMEs in Indonesia can become the sustainable businesses. That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Dennis?
Okay, thank you. My school here at UC, the School of Entrepreneurship and Humanities, also has oversight over a family business community network of over 1,000 companies across Indonesia, many of which are small, medium, some of them large companies. I think they hold some hope for me about ways to move this forward, in that if we make sustainability more of a conversation in those kind of networks and have them more sharing and working together on some of these problems, then I think we can get at some of these issues perhaps faster. Because if we wait for everyone to get on board, this obviously will never happen, right? And we do need to build on successes. And we have in our own network right now, we have some companies that are more sustainable than others. So we clearly have to get in the business also of measuring ourselves and sharing that information with each other in terms of how are we doing and what are we doing specifically that's having some kind of an impact. So I think the learning within these networks is really important. You know, if I were a government official, I would place more emphasis on creating more of these networks and using that as a forum whereby we can start addressing some of these issues. As I said before, I'm obviously not opposed to sustainability. I just find it to be very difficult to achieve at scale in the world that we inhabit. And some of it, of course, is changing our sociocultural practices. You know, we have to really ask ourselves, I mean, let's turn it up a different way. If we actually wanted to be more sustainable as Earth, if we halved what we're going to buy next year, we would have made a huge impact on sustainability. We just buy half of what we bought the year before. This, of course, will cause problems with our economies, however, because our whole economies are based on consumption. And the biggest barrier to sustainability is overconsumption. We buy things we don't need. But it's the very basis of the way our economies operate. Modern economies are based upon consumption has to continually increase. This is the really underlying fundamental problem of sustainability. Right? When we went through COVID, we saw that in a relatively short period of time, the environment around us could improve. Why? Because we weren't producing things. Right? So the question is how to get to being more sustainable. And that involves, yes, all these little practices. And of course, we've been reminded how complex some of these practices actually need to be to actually get to this kind of a level. And it's very hard to measure. So we need better tools to measure. We need better networks where we're sharing these kinds of things. And I certainly agree with the 2 points that have been made about the importance of the rising generation, you know, getting their hands into some of these things in a clear way, recognizing how challenging it is, but also then have a better understanding too about why it matters and why it's important. But those same young people, I got to tell you, they're still getting their grab dinners delivered every day at the apartments where I live. There's thousands of delivery drop-offs every day. Is that a sustainable practice? Probably not, right? But we're all doing it. So at some point, you know, we have to look deep within. Remember, we've been in SDGs or their variations now for multiple decades. We're now at the 2030 juncture. We're going to move those goalposts again, right? And a lot of these we're not making much progress on. So, and like I showed in the earlier slide from the IPCC, meanwhile, we're getting warmer. Things are happening around us. So at some level, this has to become everybody's problem. But right now, I can shift the problem somewhere else very easily and make it someone else's problem, not my problem.
Can I say something?
Okay.
I think that because you asking question to Padmina and also working about, I think, government policy is also very important. I can give you an example right now. About 14 years ago, I bring CPC, just like a Padmina in Taiwan, we call CPC, China Petroleum Corp, to Indonesia for making biodiesel in Kalimantan, that area, for large area plantation to get a carbon sink and also get a biodiesel. But in Taiwan, we ask people to, the regulations that you should add a 3% biodiesel in your fossil diesel. So, but after 2 years, terminate this project. That means the policy terminated. Taiwan come back to 0%, so B0. So the project in Indonesia stopped here, just stop, simply stop in Kalimantan. So everything we did is just stop there. That's because policy change. So CPC, you can see that those big companies, they need a government policy to ask them to do something. If there's no policy there, they will do what they like to do, not like what we say that sustainability. And then this month, I think this CPC come back again to my office, say we will go to Indonesia again. Why? Because new policy come out from government, carbon tax gonna be charged from this year in Taiwan. So that means we need more green fuel. The green fuel, most of them come from something like a natural, for example, plantation. So you have something like oil seed to get, for example, jatofa or palm oil. You need some oil, and then this oil, you can make them something like a jet fuel, biojet fuel. So, for example, Singapore also have policy there. 2026, any jet flight departure from Singapore, they need 1% green fuel, green jet fuel. So all the something like a petroleum company looking for the plant oil, all the West to get that one, to make that one. So they all like to come back Southeast Asia country right now to get this one. So that's policy. And in Indonesia, they also have a policy going to do that for the bioplastic one. That means 2030, government going to ask you 100% so biodegradable. You cannot using plastic bag or plastic straw now during that by 2030. So that's also policy. So that's the reason why I mentioned that we should do something to have some industry in this biodegradable master batch, raw material, and using our natural resources, our agro waste to do that. That's also follow the policy of Indonesia. So if we like to ask the industry enterprise if interesting to follow this one or to go sustainability, government play an important role also, I think.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bill. One last question. Is there any? Okay. From this side.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elliot. I come from Jakarta, Prasetya Mulia University. Really good presentation and discussion from Professor Dennis and Professor Cheng. I just want to ask a simple question regardless to this topic, this conference topic about sustainable and how this may have impact for the long term, either to the environment of the society. As we know from the history, there's a lot of initiative for this idea, but usually at the end of the day, the business wins. Let's see recent examples, when Elon Musk and his friends, they start this company, OpenAI. They have a noble purpose, to help the human, the business, the society. But currently, as we know together, it's all about money. How this new knowledge about artificial intelligence create money. Another example, for example, when many people talk about electrification. As we can see here, there's people start to buy electric cars, in buses, in a lot of transportation modes. The idea is to reduce pollution, to help the environment, but as we know, at the end of the day, again, business wins. China, for example, is one of the biggest company in the world, biggest country in the world that import coal, to produce in their manufacturers. Now, is there anything that we miss here? For example, you mentioned a lot of good examples about how we can use pineapples to produce degradable plastics. Let's see in the future when this become a huge business, is ES still the goal? I mean, the environmental or the social, or, well, then again, we talk about money, we talk about these, investors, that they want to get a lot of return, from their investment. Is there anything that we miss here? That maybe as an academician, as professors, as researchers, maybe we can anticipate, for this new research, new findings, new entrepreneurship, intention approach in the future, so it can be really sustainable. It can be really have a long-term impact to the environmental and social, and maybe whether it's possible to have this, economic returns become, the second or less number one priority. I think that's only my question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I can tell you that there's a fairly new term, conscious entrepreneurship, and the Technological University of Monterrey in Mexico is trying a really strong effort to do about really socially conscious entrepreneurship. And the one slide I showed you where you asked yourself those 4 questions around the S's, right? It's an example. And others about reduce, reuse, recycle, reclaim, we have a long way to go where we're approaching anything close to even like 70%, which still means we're losing ground over time, right? So the fundamental problem is, what kind of future do we want to live? What kind of home do we want to have? If we listen to some of these tech entrepreneurs, the answer is move to another world, somewhere else. Leave Earth behind, right? Well, I don't think that's going to work for most of us, right? If we think about AI right now is eating up over 8% of the world's energy. It is going to double or triple in size the more it comes online. And so the recent Gartner research report about AI flags as one of the predictions for the next 5 years that companies are going to start producing their own energy internally within the company and use that energy to fund their AI. What is that going to do? That's going to kick off a cascading effect in the electrical systems of the world, because right now corporations pay for a lot of the energy that the rest of us benefit from. Now suddenly the price for consumers is going to go up, because the price to produce the energy is no longer going to be subsidized by businesses needing that energy and using some of it. Instead, they're going to withdraw from the public system and create their own internal energy systems. So you have all these kind of complex sort of things going on in the world around us, which means this is becoming a huge challenge about how do we do this? And we just keep kicking the ball down the field. I mean, if you've lived long enough and you follow these things historically, we've been working on these problems since the 60s in a concerted global kind of effort in various ways. And it's arguable how much progress we're making right now because consumption keeps rising. And that is the fundamental dilemma. I don't have an easy answer for this. I mean, ideally, we become, all of us, more socially conscious, more aware of what we're doing. But at the end of the day, that means we also have to stop doing a lot of the things we're doing. And that's a hard sell anywhere in the world.
I think, for example, even with sustainability, as long as you start with the first step, otherwise it's impossible to go to get that refinement emission. So I think, for example, we have ESG right now for enterprise. So you can see that, for example, food reform from Japan, this support ESG is very important. Just like our first speaker told us, it's easy to get the capital through ESG consideration. So most of the steel companies, they have ESG need, they have report every year. So they will support this kind of a new startup. They are related to sustainability. Just to give the topic of today. Yeah. Maybe it's possible we can do something through this kind of system. I mean, people already designed this one. I mean, that are really genius. He set up ESG to let all this big company are interested to do this. And also they have carbon tax come up. So most of the big companies also are interested to pay more attention in environmental sustainability. So just like you mentioned, maybe they will think about how they put how much money and how much come back. No, not in this way. They need more to write into their ESG annual report. That's why it's so important for some positive image of international. And that was also important.
All right, thank you, Prof. Yanis and Prof. Bill. One last question, because Mr. Suripno has been with us. Miss, would you mind re-asking the question that previously you have asked to Mr. Suripno since he has been with us? Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Suripno. Could you listen to my voice? All right.
Hello, Mr. Suripno. My name is Lili Soeharti from Satya Wacana Christian University Salatiga. Okay, I am really enjoy your presentation, yeah, and then I also sure that Pertamina have implement ESG quite well, especially the environmental aspect, yeah. But then my question is, in fact, that in the society there are still many cases happen, such as that we know, yeah, recently, yeah, we know in NTT, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there's an issue about fuel hoarding, yeah, maybe by several individuals, yeah. And also, there is also the fact that say that sometimes happen that unequal distribution of the fuel, yeah, in various regions in Indonesia, which following by, of course, yeah, it will have a bad consequences for the entrepreneurship activities, yeah, if there is no fuel. So my question is, are those issues or are those cases is also become consideration by Pertamina in implementing the ESG? As we know that one aspect of ESG is society. Yeah, it doesn't mean that only internal stakeholder, but also the outside stakeholders. So for those cases, how Pertamina have the solution? So thank you for the answer.
It's a good question for us that because there is actually Pertamina as a state-owned enterprise. It is mainly since it's supply green energy. We face three primary energy, which is the first is energy security, and then the second
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sweep. Now, please give one more time applause for our three speakers today for amazing and insightful insight. All right, this concludes our Q&A session. Just remain seated because right now I will hand the time back to our MC, Dr. Charlie Hongjianto.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Adi. Okay, that's the end of for our first keynote speaker sessions. And I would like to invite Mr. Victor Effendi to come on stage to provide the certifications, letter certifications to our two keynote speakers, Professor Dennis Chik and Professor Tsar Wang Chung. Okay, and then especially for Mr. Suripno, the certificate of appreciation will be mailed to you directly. And after this, we are going to take a group photo. I would like to invite the committee to provide Mr. Victor Effendi with certificate of appreciations. First to Professor Dennis Chik, to be continued with Professor Tsar Wang Chung. And then for Mr. Suripno, letter of certifications of appreciation will be mailed to your place. Yeah, to the committee. Warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we will take a group photo. Can the Zoom goes back to Mr. Suripno as well? So we're going to take a group photo with Mr. Suripno as well on the background for the committee. Is it possible? Mr. Adi, would you like to join our keynote speaker to take a group photo? Okay, sure. To be continued with the e-sign. Okay, thank you so much to all the keynote speaker. You can go back to your place, Mr. Victor Effendi and also Dr. Adi. Thank you so much for the first keynote speaker session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first keynote speaker stations. We will continue with the second keynote speaker station at 1:15. Once again, we will continue with the second keynote speaker at 1:15. To all the WMK students, you can go home after this, but we are going to provide a QR code. You can scan the QR code for registrations and also the certificate. So once again, for the WMK students, you can scan the QR code, and after you scan, you can go home and leave this auditorium. And for the icon for undergraduates, once again, for the icon for undergraduates, after this you can go to room 712. Okay, icon for undergraduates, you can go to room 712. And while for the other presenter and VIP guests, you can go to the 4th floor. The committee will assist you to go to the 4th floor of this building. Okay, have a nice break, and I'll see you again at 1:15. Thank you so much. Okay, once again, for the presenter and VIP guests, you can go to the 4th floor. The committee will assist you to the 4th floor. For the icon for undergraduates, you can go to room 712. And for the WMK students, you can scan the QR code for your registration and also for certificate for this event. Thank you so much, and I'll see you back at 1:15.
Teman-teman EES silahkan duduk sesuai denah ya. Nah, kemudian untuk absensinya nanti akan ada di akhir sesi. Nanti ada QR yang bisa kalian inikan juga selain tugas dari Pak Febri dan Bu Roma. Oke?
Bagi teman-teman yang sudah hadir, boleh langsung duduk di tempat yang disediakan. Acara akan segera dimulai. Sekali lagi buat teman-teman yang sudah hadir, tolong bisa langsung menduduki tempat yang disediakan dan suaranya bisa tolong ditahan. Sesaat lagi acara segera akan dimulai. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi bagi siswa tolong bisa menempati kursinya. Yang baru datang bisa tolong menempati kursinya, acara segera akan dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all participants to the second session of the 11th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovate for Impact, Building a Sustainable Future Through Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give warm applause? Thank you so much. Before we continue with our keynote speaker sessions, we would like to invite our co-host and sponsor representative to get our certifications of thank you for sure. I would like to welcome representative from Chung Yuan Christian University, Professor Chai Wang Chung, PhD, to come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, warm applause. From Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, Dr. Yusuf Vidya Karsana, MSc AKCA. From MSU, Management Science University, Dr. Nur Ain Abdullah, to come on stage as well. From Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Profesor Insinyur Leili Suharti, MM, PhD. From UNTAR, Universitas Tarumanegara, Dr. Heti Karunia Tanjung Sari, SE, MSI. From IPI Institute, Ibu Deti Nur Fadilah, MBA. And from PT Bank Mandiri, Ibu Dian Anggraini, please come on stage to receive our certification of gratitude. Once again, I would like to welcome representative from Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, from Management Science University, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, from Universitas Tarumanegara, from IPMI Institute, and from PT Bank Mandiri. Representative of co-host and also sponsor that I mentioned, please come on stage to receive our certification of appreciation. Okay, to provide our certificate of appreciation, I would like to invite our chairman, Dr. Eko Budi Santoso, SA, MSc AKCA, to provide our co-host and also sponsor for this event. Okay, Dr. Eko, would you like to, yeah? Okay, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Heti Karunia Tanjung Sari, SMSI, from Universitas Tarumanegara, to come on stage to receive our certificate of appreciation. Pak Eko, would you move to the center? We're going to have a group photo once again. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Shortly, we will begin our second session of keynote speaker. I would like to welcome our moderator for the second session, Dr. Adi Kurniawan Yusuf, SAMM CFP, to come on stage, and the time and place is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue our keynote speaker session this afternoon. We will have 3 keynote speaker sessions. After each of the speaker deliver the materials, I will give the opportunity for you to ask the question. If you join online, you can write the question in the Zoom chat directly. All right, without further ado, I would like to welcome our 4th keynote speaker today. Ms. Elvia El Sauki, PhD, MBA, CA, BACC. Dr. Elvia El Sauki, a prominent figure in the field of accounting and sustainability. Please welcome Dr. Elvia. Please give applause one more time for Dr. Elvia. Dr. Elvia is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Indonesia, where she has been instrumental in shaping the academic landscape for over 40 years. She also served as a course coordinator and lecturer at the University of South Australia, contributing to transnational education program in multiple countries. Dr. Elvia's academic journey includes a PhD from La Trobe University, an MBA from Catholic University in Belgium, and a bachelor degree in accounting from Universitas Indonesia. Her contribution extends beyond teaching. She has served on Indonesia's Financial Accounting Standard Board and contributed to comprehensive corporate reporting standard. She is actively involved in various professional organizations, including the European Accounting Association and the Indonesian Institute of Accountants. With numerous awards of teaching excellence and significant research publication, Dr. Elvia's work focuses on areas such as CSR, sustainability, environmental accounting. Her impact reaches across Indonesia and beyond, and we are honored to have her insight with us today. So, please one more time, join me in welcoming Dr. Elvia with a big applause. Dr. Elvia, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, dear folks, and nice seeing you. I'm so honored to be here, and I would like to talk about the themes that you have before for the conference. Okay, so as what has been introduced, my name is Elvia, and this is the title of my presentations today. I'm talking about 3 different keywords, in fact, for the aim of sustainable future. Folks, this is your era, okay? So this is the era of ESG, and when you work later on in the field of business, the interviewer will ask you whether you have the knowledge of ESG or not, okay? So cash flow, financial statement is still important, but the role and the dominance on ESG role is much more important rather than what you have in financial performance. I would like to talk about the first keyword is on sustainable finance, okay? So I would like to talk about the first keywords, it's on, oh sorry, it has to go that way, yeah. So first, sustainable finance, and then second, on sustainable entrepreneurship and aiming to go for sustainable future. We started with this one. So this is the This is going to be the summary or the aim of my discussions of 20 minutes today. We started with ESG gaps. We started with ESG problems, what we have in reality, whether we have a problem of too much waste or whether we have a problem of too much emissions, like the CO2 emissions, or whether we have another problems of human exploitations, something to do with E, S, and G, economic, social, environmental, social, and governance issue. That's when we started with. So we have a problem in ESG gaps, that people are not treated fairly. You read the news that McKinsey worker, one of them in India, and Ernst & Young staff, 26 years old, she died on her work because of too much work, too many exploitations in the workplace. And that's what we call it modern slavery, okay? Something that we need to pay attention. In Australia, where I live in Australia, in Adelaide, about a month ago, the government approved a law that no one can be contacted after working office hour. You can't call to your staff after 5 p.m. The boss cannot contact you after 5 p.m. The boss cannot ask you to work after 5 p.m. And that includes Saturday and Sunday. And that's by the law. Why? You need to have a good life balance. Once you work, you go home, you mingle with your families, mingle your friends in cafe or in, coffee shop and things like that. You have to have your work-life balance. And that's what we need to protect. And that is one of the key issues in the ESG gaps. ESG gaps can be solved, can be conquered, okay, by having a good, sustainable entrepreneurship. You are in the entrepreneurship side. Whether you just started a business as a small business, startup company, or ventures capital, you want to solve the ESG issues. You want to solve the ESG problems. You talk about circular economy. You come and knock Bank Sentral Asia, say Bank Sentral Asia, do you have old uniform that we don't use anymore? Oops. So do you have seragam, right, uniforms that Bank Sentral Asia don't use anymore from their employees, okay? Can I have your uniforms, Bank Sentral Asia? Can I also knock the door of Bank Mandiri, Bank Rakyat Indonesia? Then what do you do with the seragam? What do you do with the uniform? Can I have it and can I process it? As you know, clothes and other materials, when you dump it in the landfill, they're not going to dissolve easily, okay? So that's the reasons why we need to have entrepreneurs to change that waste into something else that will be used in a circular economy system. And that's when we do it through sustainable entrepreneurship. However, when you want to conduct your sustainable entrepreneurship, you need to have a good financing, okay? Whether you invest or whether you try to find funding, money from others, that is called as sustainable finance. So sustainable finance talks about two sides, the debit sides and credit sides. I think most of you accounting students, you know what I'm talking about. So when we talk about sustainable finance class, okay, we talk about how can we invest our limited money to a place that is called as sustainable business, sustainable orientations business. Not just talking about money, but talking about your responsibility towards the 3 P's now becomes the 5 P's, which I'm going to talk later on in the other slides. And why we need to do this? We need to do this in order to achieve the sustainable future. And that's the theme of this conference. So what happened is that, one second, I always forget. 1 second, okay? So next one. When we talk about sustainable entrepreneurship, this is something that I want you to be critical, okay? You are the next generations. My time is over. But you are the one who is going to decide. You are going to conduct this sustainable entrepreneurship, not just an ordinary entrepreneurship. Business is not as usual anymore. Look at the keywords here. The practice, starting, managing, and growing a business that considers environmental, social, and economic sustainability. This is what we call it the 3 P's. Professor Elkington introduced this in his paper 1994, talking about triple bottom line, talking about the 3 P's. That is people, planet, and profit. When you conduct your business considering these 3 P and 3 P's, and that's what we call it, sustainable entrepreneurship. Not just a matter of money, but also you're talking about the environmental impacts. You're talking also about the social impacts. Okay? Whether your staff are treated as a human or not. That's when we discuss about the modern slavery. Okay? Excessive load or not, are they happy? Do they have a work-life balance? That is more important rather than when you generate a lot of cash. My message to you is that not just generating cash, but with accountable and sustainable cash flow. And this is what we are going to have with the introductions of IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, okay? That is something to do with general requirements and on the climate-related disclosures. 3 key words in sustainable finance. Doing business, conducted business while aiming at social and also environmental purposes. Now talking about the sustainable finance. When I talk about sustainable finance, this was first generated in the financial services industry, banking, okay? So when we talk about sustainable finance, is their obligations in the finance industry to provide financing, to provide investments that are considering the 3 factors that I have mentioned earlier, 3 P, people, planet, and profit. So when you talk about green investments, when you talk about green bonds, that talking about how accountable should be, how sustainable should be when you try to invest every single penny of your investments, okay? Talking about the left side. But also on the right side, liability, you have also to be accountable. Where do you get the money from? Is the money really being a green lenders oriented or not? Do they treat the people well? That is something to do with the, what we call it, sustainable finance, okay? Now, sustainable finance with environmental, social, and governance, ESG. Because of the concept of 3 P, that means every single dollars, every single rupiah that we spend, it has to go with the concept of E, S, and G, of the triple bottom line, the people, the planet, and the profit. We have to think about the profit too. That's what we call it in order to achieve the sustainable future. However, okay, That's what we are going to see later on in this. I just want to jump a little bit. Yeah. So you can see the gloomy face of the guy on the left side, okay? And you can see how many microphones was put on that lady. She's an accountant. She's a finance professional. The guy on the left side, mostly they are engineers, okay? They are scientists. People like to talk a lot about the performance of the company, financial and non-financial performance, to the accountant or the financial professional rather than to the left one. But don't take it wrong, don't take me wrong. Sustainable practices are way more important rather than the sustainable reporting. That's what my message is, class. So what does it mean? The concept of greenwashing comes when you just want to report of anything that you think is going to be considered as a green performance. But this practice is more important. So the practices of being green is more important rather than what you write in your report. We have to be an accountable accountant. We have to be an accountable and sustainable financial professional. A lot of questions come to me, why accountant being the leader in the sustainability issues? Why not the engineers to lead the way for ESG? Well, I said, accountants are the best communicator to the whole world in convincing investors that they should spend the money in this side, not the other side. We are the one, as an accountant, who can convince others that your money is worth it to be spent and to be invested. We don't know about GHG emissions that much. We don't know about GHG protocol that much. We don't know about the risk mitigations in GHG emissions as much as the engineers, but we can study and we can learn. So accountants have the best infrastructure to lead the way for the ESG practices class. So if someone underestimates you saying that accountant has nothing to do with GHG emissions, finance professionals has nothing to do with the planet, you need to talk to them convincingly, trying to convince them, but we know where we would like you to advise you to put your money in which area. You give me all of the measurements, you give me all of the reports, you give me all of the metrics and targets. I'm the one, as an accountant, as a finance professional, are going to be the one who communicate these results to those who have the money. So you are going to be the entrepreneurs. You have to see whether there are some ESG gaps. You get the finance, or you invest the money in sustainable finance area, left and right, debit and credit, aiming for sustainable future. So that is one thing. Sustainability practice is important. Sustainability practice is required, highly required, but communications is also important. And that's what we are doing on the right side, talking about the investments. Folks, 2017, the United Nations Brundtland Commission introduced 17 goals with 169 programs. The goals is called as Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. If you graduate from UC, please don't underestimate this philosophy of our lives. This is going to be the breath of our life, SDG, Filosofi Hidup Kita. Everything you do, you need to achieve these goals. If you can't do all of the 17 goals, you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, doesn't matter. Regardless what companies, what industry are you going to be you're going to be involved in. So we started from goals number 1, no poverty. That's what the aim of our business orientations now. Look from 1 to 17. From no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being until partnership for the goals. Pope Franciscus just came to Indonesia. He is the leader of Catholic religion. But he's not coming here just for the Catholic followers of his umat, right? But he came here for 1 or 2 of these goals. He came to Indonesia for 2 different reasons. 1, something to do with partnership, the 4th P. And he came to Indonesia for the 5th P, and that is something to do with peace. Folks, out of these 17 goals, please, if you graduate from UC, those who play with your mobile phones are not listening to me, I know, but do not underestimate that SDG. Don't be surprised when your interviewer asks you, what is goals number 13? What? Goals number 13? Is that 13 number, unlucky number? What's that? Well, 13 is very, very important. It is our task to watch this planet together. We know the planet one day is going to extinct. Yeah, hancur lebur, we know that. That's what we call it, kiamat. But we do hope that we can make it, we can postpone it, and also we can make it the impact as not as big as what we were taught that is going to be really, really bad one. What happened in Florida, that is already a kiamat. You can see it in 1 week. They have tornado, they have hurricane, they have everything all happens in 1 week in one state in America. Everywhere around the globe. So if we do not protect the planet, bad things like that the world is going to extinct earlier rather than it is predictable. Therefore, class, read carefully of this SDG when you want to work and you work in a workplace or you want to conduct the entrepreneurship task, talk about this one. We can't achieve all of these 17 goals, but you can take the representative keterwakilan of each of the pillar. I talked about 3 pillars before, and that is something to do with people, planet, and profit. However, in 2014, that 3 Ps have been cancelled. That 3 Ps now becomes what we call it the 5 Ps. That's what we see here. So class, I really want you to master this whenever you are going to be in the workplace, whether you run your own business, whether you are going to be an employee or you're going to be an investor. Think about this 5P as your philosophy of life. Like what we have Pancasila in our country, then we have this another 5 Ps again as our pillar of life. First pillar is about people. How do we treat the people? How do you treat your staff? How do you treat your student? The human side of the students are so important. I have graduated like 60 PhD in Australia. It's a lot of them. I always think about their feet, their human sides. They can cry. They can have also a problem like what I have, okay? So we have to think about the human aspect. That's the first one. The second aspect is about the people. The second aspect is about the people. 1 second. This is a bit too sensitive, I think, with my things. Oh. Yeah. So the first one is about the people, how we treat others. Do you have in your company ruang untuk menyusui? For moms who just have a small baby. This is more important rather than your cash flow now. How do you treat women in your company? Do you give once a week, once in a month of cuti? Yeah? That is more important now. How do you treat them when the heat, like when I live in, my city in Adelaide, the temperature can go from -4 to 54 degrees in summer. You have to think about the people when they work in that 54 degrees, and also you have to think of the people when they work in -4 degrees. Memanusiakan manusia, that's number one. In Japanese, we have nguong ke wong, right? Number two, how do we treat the planet? Do you produce a lot of emissions? And you said, yes. Have you done something to reduce your emissions? That's your sin, you know. If you produce so much emissions, it is your responsibility to reduce that emissions. This is what we call it, the emissions reductions. Okay? Emissions reductions is how you compensate the emissions that you have made so far. By next year, if you do not mitigate your emissions, you do not do anything to reduce the emissions, the government will put you a tax. And that's what we call it, carbon tax. Now, what happened with Trakindo? Trakindo is one of the producers of heavy equipment. They are accountable, they are responsible for the businesses that they generate so much emissions. What have they done? They come and knock the door of Inhutani and Perhutani. Do you have a land that you don't use? Can I use it? What do you want to use with my land? I want to grow trees as much as possible in East Java. Their factories are in Jakarta and surrounded area. Then they grow trees in East Java. Why? They want to compensate the CO2 somewhere else. That is because you are accountable with the second P, the planet. Pertamina has also a lot to do with CO2. They have the new technology, what they call it CCS or CCUS, carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilized storage. You know what happens with Pertamina? And this is going to be your future, entrepreneurs. What happens with Pertamina? They have the technology to capture the CO2. CO2 everywhere, they can capture it. They capture it, they put it in a pipe, and then they store it in our land. And because Indonesia is so big, we can store CO2 in our land, and our land will be finished storing CO2 in 100 years. And I said to Pertamina, can we do this and offer this to UMKM, Pak? UMKM will have the business knocking the doors of business societies, business communities in Singapore. Can I catch your CO2? And that's what we call it, CCS. Everyone, every companies now try to, what we call it, carbon offset. Try to mitigate the risk. Try to compensate what they have done in their emissions to make it net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. You grow trees. You do what we call it CCS, the one I mentioned earlier. You change the light bulbs. You turn off your AC when you walk out the room, when no one is in the room anymore. Because emission is your responsibility and no one else. So the second one talk about planet. The third one, we don't talk about profit anymore. We talk about prosperity, kesejahteraan. Sejahtera is more mulia, lebih mulia, rather than when we talk about profit. Profit is just about ourselves. It's so self-egoisms. We just talk about ourselves. But when we talk about prosperity, kesejahteraan, we talk also about prosperity of the staff, prosperity of the community, prosperity of your neighbors, prosperity of everyone affected by your businesses. So the third P now, cancel the paper of Professor Elkington, and it's not 3P anymore, and we have the 5P. The fourth P is partnership, what we call it, we call it the social inclusivity. You can't say it like this, well, we are not going to have staff that wears hijab, or the other way around. We only accept staff that wears hijab. That is really against inclusivity. You can't say that we don't receive staff that has disability. You can't. This era, everything said by the board of directors, by the managers, are going to be monitored and followed by the AI through machine learning, and they're going to measure the performance, ESG performance, through what we call it the ESG matrix. Do not say it wrongly. Do not treat people with limitations. You do not treat people with different sexual orientations using your discriminations. Though maybe you don't agree with LGBT, but still you can't discriminate them not to be part of the society. We do not promote LGBT, but we can't discriminate them. That's the point. When you come to Melbourne nowadays, different than when I came to Melbourne first time in my life, 1999, I walk along Swanston Street, that's the Malioboro of Melbourne. When I walk in Swanston Street, the first time I arrived in Australia, it's all white staff, staff working in the shop. But now when you walk in Swanston Street, in Burke Street, what you find is a different mixed nationalities, different ethnicity work in the shops, in the restaurants, in the university, the one that I work in Adelaide, in accountancy, in Department of Accountancy, in the School of Business, we have 65 staff, different nationalities, with different nationalities. So during lunch hour, when we have lunch together, you can hear it English with strong accents of Croatian accent, accents from Saudi Arabia, accents from Indonesia, like my accents, and things like that. We have 65 different nationalities. And that's what we talk about, how we treat people, at the same time, partnership, inclusivity. The last one is something to do with peace. Peace is when we talk about how we live together nicely, peacefully, with many differences. I hope the incidents of the anggota DPR who asked the Jamaah in Bekasi to stop doing their kebaktian, that will be the last one happening in Indonesia. I hope this is not going to happen anymore in Indonesia. And that's something to do with peace. So as you know, Pope Franciscus came to Indonesia, talk about the talk about the fourth and the last P, because this is when we failed in Indonesia. That's something to do with partnership, inclusivity, and that's something to do with peace. And that's your task, class. That's your task, folks. To increase, to enhance our performance in terms of partnership, inclusivity, and peace. You know what happened with Alfamart and Indomart? Their policy to employ disabled staff. This has spread around the world and gave a lot of confidence of investors, because Alfamart and Indomart treat disabled people as a normal people. You have seen the news about this, publications about this, which are appreciated around the world. Appreciated around the world, that they employ disabled people in their warehouse system. That is really, really cool. And that's something to do with inclusivity, okay? So, next one. Oh, you can't achieve all the goals all by yourself, okay? I want to go previous slides, please. Can you help? Yeah, okay. So you can't go with all of the goals in your company. But my advice to you folks, class, is that at least you choose one goal representing of one of the P. So do not go with too much P, or do not go too much with peace, or do not go too much with environmental or prosperity aspect, but at least ada keterwakilannya. That's what we call it, representativeness is more important rather than too much SDG, but you do not present of each of the 5 Ps. So select that from each of the category, select that from each of the 5 Ps for your sustainable entrepreneurship. So the concept of sustainable entrepreneurship now needs to be changed, not just combining economic, social, and environmental aspect, but you also need to combine, now change the P from profit to prosperity, collective prosperity, and also to partnership and peace goals. That's the last one, 16 and 17 goals, okay? This is how to achieve the SDG with the ESG. You can read it carefully later on. So we talk about gender diversity and we talk about gender equality. These two are different things. Gender diversity means there are a lot of diverse gender, female and male, in every position, in every task. But gender equality is that every gender has the same equal opportunities to be promoted and also to be the leader of every task that you assign for. I got the questions yesterday from one of the company that I'm talking about, and that I became one of the speakers there, and said like, Bu, we have a business on shipping. I can't trust women to be the nahkoda for the ship, for my large ship. It's too risky. And I asked him, but have you ever been in a flight, in an airplane, and piloted by a woman? And she said, yes. And are you afraid? Do you think that the plane will go down because she's a woman? No. She has the skills. And that's the same answers I'll go to answer your questions before. So as long as they have the capability, they have the same performance, why you treat people differently? Okay? So that's the same one, whether they come from East Java, whether they come from Madura, Papua, doesn't matter. As long as they have the similar capability, performance, integrity, you treat them the same. If they don't have the same capability, it's your task to educate them in order to have that similar equal opportunity. That's the point. Is that my time, Abis? Yeah? Okay. So I think the rest, you can read it carefully, but my point is, how do you combine the SDG in your principles of doing ESG business? That's when we define as sustainable entrepreneurship in order to achieve what we call it sustainable future. Folks, my last message to you is, when you combine these 5 P's as your philosophy of life, and then when you talk about sustainable finance, accountable finance, left and right, you invest only in a place that has 5 P's. You get the money from lenders that also has the 5 P. This beautiful planet will survive on and on and on again for the benefit of all of us. That's it, and hopefully you gain a little bit of information. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Elvia. It's okay, it's feel free for you to return to the seat, and later on, I will call back for question and answer. Give applause one more time to Dr. Elvia. And remember, don't forget to invest in the company that has 5 P's, okay, regarding the SDG. All right, so we directly move on to our 5th keynote speaker today, Associate Professor Dr. Elisa Nasruddin. Dr. Elisa Nasruddin is a green business specialist, University Science Malaysia. With a distinguished background in foresight and social engineering, Dr. Elisa holds a PhD in Technology and Quality Management from University Utara Malaysia, an MSc in Industrial Technology and Manufacturing Management from the University of Bradford, and BSc in Management from Purdue University. Dr. Elisa has made significant contribution to research on sustainable urban development and corporate social responsibility. She is currently leading a grant on digital society and creative aging focused on the creating sustainable solution for the city of Penang. Her past research includes projects funded by the United Nations University and the Swedish International Development Agency, exploring topics from corporate social responsibility to national integration. An active author and researcher, Dr. Elisa has published widely on topics such as social enterprise, green building foresight, and the ethical dimension of corporate governance. Her commitment to sustainable business practices and community engagement has not only shaped the academic discourse, but also made a real-world impact. It's an honor for us to have Dr. Elisa today in this session. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Elisa Nasruddin with a big applause. Dr. Elisa, I would like to invite you to go on stage.
Okay. Good afternoon. My greetings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And my greetings to all esteemed guests, faculty of UC, students, and my beloved audience here. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm so happy to be in University Ciputra. And I'm so delighted to be part of you for the last 2 days. And today is my second day. I was here yesterday, the whole day, and I'm here the second day. I'm so happy that I'm here to see and feel and connect with every one of you here, also the faculty. And thank you, Dr. Elvia, for your wonderful insight about ESG, because it resonates with where we are, academics from everywhere, especially from Malaysia, where I come from. So I come from Penang, in University Science Malaysia, and over there, we have a lot of issues related to ESG as well. So this is a common challenge that everyone's facing. So you are here today, you're very lucky to have different perspectives given to you, and I hope this is beneficial to you. So before I begin, I like to say that there are just 4 things that I would like to share with everyone today. First is, I just want to talk about digital literacy, because that's an area where every one of you here have a feel for it. Now, we're all connected to the gadget, we're all connected to the digital world, advanced technology, and it's something that everyone understands. Second, I want to give us a frame of mind to understand what is important when we talk about the world of digital technology, the world of digital netizen, the world of gig economy where we are from. Third, I want to give you a frame of mind about what to look for about the future. We have to think about our future. And the last is, I would like to talk about certain values that might be important for you when you think about your own career and your family life. So I hope this is of benefit to you. Now, let me begin with the first one, and that is about digital literacy. Now, I just want to say one thing here, that if you talk about where you come from, University Ciputra, you're a business school for entrepreneurs, right? You are here to learn about what entrepreneurship is all about. Am I right? So entrepreneurship is very important where you come from in Surabaya, and you're going to go out and be in the world of entrepreneurs. And that is an important contribution you're making. But I want to tell you this, that you're part of a business school that needs to understand that you are also part of the world out there who are full of many other business schools. Now, you want to be able to show to other business schools that you are able to show that you are forward-thinking, and that is very important. Next, I want to show you that if you think about digital literacy, is it just a technical literacy that everyone here is doing? You know, we are holding on our smartphones, we are checking everything from left to right, in and out, everything. And every one of us here are techno-savvy. But do you know that there are 7 types of digital literacy? Right? Them being creative literacy, the first one being digital construction literacy, which everyone here is doing. Right? I just came from the creative design class just now, and they were talking about using different types of platform apps to connect with how to design for architectural design, any types of design they're working on. So that is digital construction literacy. Now there's another literacy which is digital communication literacy, which every one of us are also capable of doing, right? Third, digital civic literacy. What does that mean? Means how do you engage with everyone in a respectful manner, right? How do you ensure that you're not bullying anyone in the digital literacy environment, right? Now the 5th is digital creative literacy. What is that? Using it for creative reasons to have some output that is of benefit for others. All right, that you have to learn at Universitas Ciputra, or you can learn on your own as well. 6 is digital conflict literacy. How do you use it to ensure that you end any conflicts or use it for peace purposes? How do you engage in a peaceful, harmonious communication with others using digital communication? And 7 is digital cultural literacy. Now that is what we're aiming at today. Do we have digital cultural literacy? That's a totally different field entirely, because when we're connected to our gadget, it is between us and our gadget. But cultural literacy allows us to connect with others in the society, not just within our little sphere where we come from, a Universitas Ciputra, but to other universities and also to the entire world out there. And that is what you want to aim at when you graduate, okay? Now, as you move forward, please engage a moment with me and look at this. Now, I'm looking at you and asking you, do you understand what is the future digital literacy landscape? And since we talk about digital cultural literacy, we need to understand that at the end of the day, we need to be able to have an intercultural dialogue with others out there, right? As entrepreneurs to be, you must be able to show that you can connect with others from any field, from any sphere, in any realm, and be able to learn and share and build new knowledge all the time. And you'll be having entrepreneurs working with you from different fields, different backgrounds. So is it important to have digital cultural literacy? The answer is yes. But remember that there are 4 aspects in the digital world that we need to be aware of. First, digital divide. Not every one of us amongst us here have technology to work with. We still have in the landscape amongst us peers of your kind in this age group who are not connected with the digital world. So that's where we have digital divide. Second, digital childhood. So what does that mean? It means that we are born in the world of digital community. So you are born basically literally holding on to your smartphones. When you were a baby, up to now, perhaps some of you, your parents gave you the smartphones or technology to use with, and you know this since you were born as a baby. But you have that childhood bringing you up towards your life as adulthood. And there is certain digital childhood within you that you're going to bring with you into the future. Right? So you have to be aware of what that means and how that is of positive or negative consequence to you. Digital dangers. What are the digital dangers surrounding technology that you are given to you? To what extent are you able to connect with others in a harmonious manner? Are we always connected to the smartphones and not with anybody else? At any point in time, there are 24 hours. Do we, at any point in time, let go of our smartphones, are able to connect with a human being without the smartphone with us? Can we do that? Right? And last but not least, digital priorities. How do you use digital technology for the sake of mankind? Right? When you do that, you're moving into what we call Industrial Revolution 5.0. I'm sure every one of you have heard of Industrial Revolution 4.0. We're talking now about Industrial Revolution 5.0, which is looking at the ethical behavior of humans. Right? And in that, what we call 21st century local wisdom. This local wisdom is what you're going to acquire when you leave and graduate from Universitas Ciputra. Why? Because these are wisdoms from your lecturers, wisdom from your community, wisdom about how business in the local environment work. And that is called local wisdom. And that is something you're going to bring with you when you connect with other entrepreneurs in the global environment. And so we want to look at what we call livelihood competencies. That's the most important competency that you want to have. It's not the technology competency. It's not the knowledge you get from a textbook. It is how you apply it in your daily life, in your work life, in your family life, in the community life. So this livelihood competencies is called community-based education, which is why many of you will go into internship in your 3rd year or final year, right? And that's where you learn a lot of what it means to work with others, to work with the problems of the community, to work with the SDG goals that Dr. Elway was telling you about. Now, okay. Something's wrong. Okay. Anyway, are they controlling for me? All right, so while that's being shown, I just want to say that because of that, we need to have a new mental frame, a new mindset about what the world means to us. If there are dangers about the digital world, there are also benefits for mankind that we want to work with, right? So, and if it allows us to be part of a local wisdom that we're in right now, we need to use that local wisdom, connect with the world out there, and build what we call livelihood competencies. Now, as we work with that, there is an important point that you need to understand, that you need to understand about your future, right? Let them handle it. So your future is very important. If you cannot consider what your future is ahead, you are always thinking about this very second, or you're not thinking about the future, it is not going to help you to face the world out there where you need to be able to handle your entrepreneur mindset in a much more forefront manner, where you consider the future landscape around you. So when you think about the future landscape around you, yes, has come back, right? There is a certain mental frame you have to go with. I'm not going to go through all of this, just that you can see that the future in 2050 is a future where man-machine will interface, and AI will come in and set the direction for us. Now, I was in the creative design class just now, and we were talking about the creative industry, the arts, the culinary, the theater the architecture world, and what does it mean for them? What are the issues of concern for them into the future? Do you know what they say? One of the students said, AI. How would AI substitute me as a creative designer one day? Because you can use, perhaps by that, within 2 years when they graduate, AI can be used in many ways to create architectural design, to create new product design, just about anything. Right? The algorithm can be written to pick up all different types of design, and from there you can instruct the algorithm to come up with something of benefit for mankind. Now, can that be done? Of course. Will that be a substitute of human beings? Yes. So what does it mean for you? Right? Are you going to be servant to the technology, or are you going to be able to direct the technology? That's number one that you want to ask yourself. So this man-machine interface is a very important question that you have in mind, that you have to think about. So therefore, you in this room are craftsmen, are makers, are entrepreneurs. You work with your hands, you work with your minds, you work with your experiences, and it cannot be substituted by AI, right? And because of that, you need to direct your own experience with the technology. If you cannot direct your own experience with the technology, then you're always going to be subservient to it. And there are ways for the producers of AI, machines, technology, to make you subservient by telling you all you need to do is follow step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can get the output of your work. Now, then where would your creativity come in? Where would your craftsman come in? Where would your local wisdom come in? That is a question in mind, okay? So therefore, when we talk about the future of entrepreneurs, it's the future of intercultural dialogue. Can you have a dialogue with others of different fields, background, different experience in an empathetic manner in the 21st century? Can you understand what are the issues that is being showcased by others towards you? Can you feel the problem? Can you connect together? Can you have a moment where you can participate and pay attention to the discussion around you? Or are you going to be multitasking with little attention span, which is what we're all going through today, right? So we need to be able to stop and ask ourselves what kind of direction we want to have into the future. So I'm showing you about what we call the futures epistemology, which I teach in University Science Malaysia, or a foresight perspective about the world you are coming from here today. You are the younger generation here, are part of this futures wheel which I came up with. So not to worry about what this is all about. It's a bit small, I apologize. But you want to take note of this, what we call the futures wheel, where the problem lies in the middle, which is what is our digital priorities today? How do we understand about digital technology competencies? To what extent are we experiencing what we call livelihood competency? Not digital competency, but through digital competency, it enables us to have what we call livelihood competencies, competencies that allow us to be flexible, competencies that allow us to understand how to respond to the world out there. Now that is the most important response in regards to competency that is being enabled by the digital technology. And so when I did this mind map of Futures Wheel, I find that at the end of the day, if you take the end of the circle out there, there are 3 dotted circles, and you look at the top end, it says that unpredictable identity of self and life missions and connectedness with communities. Can digital technology do that to us? If we're very much connected to the technical environment, it is very difficult for us to connect to the world there. Is it possible that AI will supersede us and be more human than we are and can understand how we feel, and we are not able to even relate to how we feel or how others feel? And that is when we do not have what we call predictability of our identity of self, because we do not connect with the world out there, with the humans out there, with our own competencies. And the data analytics that we come from, that is being reconfigured in our minds in terms of what we should or should not do on a daily basis, that comes from our working routines with technology, will make sure that we might not be able to have what we call experiential learning. Experiential learning works with working with a mentor, with a sifu, with a guru, with someone we can learn from. And that is where wisdom comes in. So that is what we want to aim for. The more techno-savvy we are, the more connected we are with some mentoring. So I urge you to be able to work with your seniors, with your teachers, with your instructors, to learn from them what we call building experience. As we become more techno-savvy, we need to be able to relate to someone who are more knowledgeable in an experiential manner, okay? And the last but not least, I also came from yesterday a class, International Business Management class, and asked the students, what worries them? What is an issue for them? And one of the students said, well, happiness is an issue for me. Every day is the same thing for me. So I have that down there. I said that we need to, when we are connected so much with digital technology, we need to be able to redefine the meaning of happiness and well-being in learning, because everything is the same. The technology allows us to zap our energy away and just to think about the same thing every day in a ritualistic manner, and we do not have to show our feelings, we do not need to express ourselves in class, and we just have to behave the normal person we normally are. Or is it normal or is it abnormal? So we got ask ourselves that. So those 3 areas are the emerging issues towards 2050 when we connect with digital technology. Right? Now, if you think about your role as an entrepreneur, when you go out to solve a problem, you have a project you have to work with, an entrepreneurial project, please remember these 5 areas that you have to work with. Do you understand the problems of society? Do you understand the problems related to technology? Do you understand the problems related to economics? Do you understand problems related to ecology? And do you understand the politics surrounding of how business environment works, right? While we are becoming more techno-savvy, it's even more important we understand what and how the world revolves. The world revolves around an environment where it is devoid of technology. Is the real thing happening, how it's being expressed through communication, through making things happen, through meetings, through decisions, through empathetic feelings, through all sorts of discussions that require to have knowledge. And knowledge comes from reading, from understanding, from connecting, from discussion, from deliberations. And that is nothing to do with technology, right? So we need to understand where we are coming from, how to what extent we understand it. So every time you have a project on entrepreneurship, you need to relate to what we call the drivers of digital economy into the future, the push and pull factors. What pushes us forward, what's pulling us back, okay? And where I come from, right, our students are trained into looking to the future. So you want to do that too, because when you work in the business environment, you are expected to understand what strategy management is about, what is thinking forward is all about, and you have to understand the trends of the market forces of the industry you're part of. And because of that, you need to understand that there are certain scenarios of the future you need to watch out, right? So I just want to focus on one of them only, the brewing storm. What is a brewing storm? Basically, it's a scenario where the future is endangering the society, You expect if it comes in, it can be a hurricane, a typhoon. And if you don't watch out, you don't see the signs, it will affect your own future, affect your business, and it will affect, it has negative repercussions, okay? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Right, this is another example of how it looks like, but I'm going to use this context here, which is a very commonplace context for every one of us to understand. And from the 2 classes I went, they talk about injustices, ketidakadilan, ketidaksamarataan, ketidakmakmuran. And that is what everyone is going through on a daily basis, right? So we have what we call here is 4-quadrant analysis, where you have injustice against status quo, high degree of digital literacy against low degree of digital literacy. So if we focus on the brewing storm, it's when you have everyone being digital literate, yet there's rising injustices. What happens to that kind of environment? What happens to that kind of society? Are we moving to that kind of society? Because we have digital divide, we have concerns about how we are not connecting in communities together. Can they be injustices? There are those who are not digital literate, which puts us into 2 groups. One is the have and the have-nots, the wealthy and the poor, for that matter, right? So because of that, if we focus on that quadrant, these are some of the characteristics of that scenario, right? You have an urban lifestyle, obsession with urban lifestyle. What does that mean? It means we are part of this urban life where we are sincerely working with a city-urban world we're in, busy working with a world where we are devoid of this, what we call values that we need to consider as entrepreneurs. What are they? Human dignity, respect, equality, justice, responsibility, global mindedness, cultural diversity, freedom, tolerance, and democracy. Can the world of gig economy do that to us? Can or not? It depends, because we are humans. We need to be able to understand that we have the power over technology rather than technology have power over us. It depends on how aware you are with it and how you work with it. Okay? So we need to understand these are the important values of entrepreneurship into the future. And you have to show this through your portfolio, through your product, through your services, through the entrepreneurship projects that you have actually. So, if you consider what then should you do? What then should you do as students, scholars of Ciputra University, Universitas Ciputra, who are going out as entrepreneurs into the future, who understand certain values? You need to be able to connect with these issues that businesses, big businesses are talking about actually. One of them being AI and automation, and how that is part and parcel of a smart city development. There are a lot of smart cities out there, Dubai, Melbourne, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. There's so many smart cities out there. But how does automation and AI bring out the best in the society? And how would you participate in it? Another one I might take is happiness and livelihoods in a high-tech city. Can you, as a part of the gig economy, show that you understand what happiness is, what livelihoods are about to you? How do you feel what meaningful life is all about? That is being questioned even by advanced nations who have reached that level of smart city development. One of them being Sweden, another one is Norway, another one is even Japan. Right? They all talk about slowing down. They don't talk about necessarily being in a high-tech city, but they're talking about how do you have the happiness that you require. And that is happening among even the young communities, the younger generation. So I won't go through this, but I'd like you to go through and feel that there are a lot of concerns relating to being part of the future of digital economy, and there are also good points about it. but you need to take the balance of both and work with the issues of course into the future as you entrepreneurs would be graduating and be part of this world economy out there. So I'm going to leave you with certain thoughts about what business school would be like into the future. Right? This is what we call anticipative education. So what is anticipative education? It's about how you take on education and anticipating the future and think about how you want to make a difference. So this is what we call anticipative education. There are 7 trends. Which of these trends resonate with you? You want to be able to work with it. I'll just take one, and that is how you think about social media, because you're all netizens. Social media can be an influence in a positive collaboration within a higher education in a groundbreaking citizenship advocacy. So imagine the student leaders here taking up a course and we're using technology for the benefit of mankind. All right? So you round out your friends, think about one of the courses, the 5 Ps that Dr. Elva was talking about. What would you do to make a difference? What kind of entrepreneurship project can you do together to show that you care about what entrepreneurship is about, what local wisdom is about, what entrepreneurship from Universitas Ciputra may mean to the world out there, and what it means to have to be connected to the digital community in a much more meaningful manner. So I give you a challenge to think through these 7 trends and think about how you can make a difference. So with that, I've talked about 4 points. And number 1 is I talked about digital literacy. The 7 points, most important, is cultural literacy. Second point, I was talking about the mental frame of mind. When you think about your world in the digital economy, you must ask yourselves what kind of world you want to make a difference in. And third, I talked about the foresight element around it, which you have to understand about the society element, the technology element, the political element, as well as the education and the society element. How does that fit in your entrepreneurial project? And finally, we talked about the values surrounding entrepreneurship, right? These values are important for you to move forward. And we end here with the trends into anticipative education for the future of a business school that you're proud of. And you want to be able to go out and think about which of these trends is important for you to work on as entrepreneurs who will be going out there to connect with other entrepreneurs in the international arena, because they are doing it right now. So you don't want to miss the boat. You want to be part of what good things young entrepreneurs are doing out there. So with that, I thank you.
All right, please give applause one more time again for Associate Professor Dr. Elisa Nasruddin. You can take a seat. Later on, I will call you back for question and answer. All right, last but not least, our last keynote speaker today is Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata, STM Engineering in Science. He is a highly experienced leader in technology and innovation. Dr. Trianggoro is the director of the Apple Developer Academy at Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, and also serves as the AI and Technology Transformation Director. With over 5 years of experience as the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, Dr. Trianggoro holds extensive expertise in data science, digital strategy, and machine learning. Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata earned his PhD in Information Technology from Assumption University in Information Technology. In addition to his PhD, he also holds a Master of Engineering Science in Computer Science from UNSW, Australia. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Trianggoro Wiradinata to come to the stage.
Thank you, Ms. Radi. So good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to set up my device. I know that I'm standing in between you and the closing ceremony. So I'll be very quick and going to share you some interesting facts. Right, hopefully it works. Right, there you go. It works now. Right, so my title is The Affordable Edge, Unleashing Generative AI for Faster and Cheaper Customer Insights. So do you guys know how much do we need to spend when we are collecting customer insights? We need millions of rupiah, probably tens of millions, and probably hundreds of millions to get customer insight if we want to develop a good product. So I'm going to share you, and this is the latest technology from the AI development, and I'm also going to share you the history of the AI as well. So once upon a time, do you agree or disagree? So in 1970s, there are groups of math teachers. They protested. They said that we should ban the use of calculator in the school. So, but some teachers are against it. So according to everyone, does calculator make students afraid of learning math, or the other way around? They have the courage to learn math furthermore. So I'm a big fan of the second opinion, that by using calculator, students will have more courage to learn about math, because we leave the calculation to the device, but we still master all the concepts. And just let me quickly explain to you about why Gen AI is so important. So in 2022, by the end of 2022, we all know that there is a Gen AI being introduced to the world. And let's compare to the adoption of the other technology. So I think everyone knows this. Netflix is this one. So Netflix needs 10 years. Airbnb need 8 years to be adopted by 100 million users. But this one only needs 2 months in late 2022. In late 2022, ChatGPT was released, and everyone was shocked. The whole world was shocked. The university was shocked. Well, actually, the university, only the lecturers shocked. Students, no, students are enjoying ChatGPT a lot. But the lecturers, they are in shock, and including me, because most of my questions that I've been preparing for like years, I'm teaching a statistic, I'm teaching research methodology, I'm also teaching data science, and most of my questions are easily being answered by my students by the help of ChatGPT. And from that moment, I was thinking that this technology is an awesome technology. All students need to learn it. So let me give you a little bit what is industry talking about the Gen AI. So one of the report from the Bain & Company said that if you are out of time to wait and see on AI, so because AI is already here, AI is actually not a new technology. So let's see. So AI was introduced around 1950s. It's like 70 years ago. We already have AI. And if we see the history of AI, does anyone here see the movie called The Imitation Game? It's featuring Alan Turing, and Alan Turing is trying to decipher the code from Nazi. It's called the Enigma, and this is the key of United States and UK winning the Second World War. That's because they can decipher the Nazi coding, and they are using machine learning by that time. So that's what makes AI and machine learning becomes famous. And then after that, people are not using AI so much. Why? Because developing an AI system requires a lot of money. only big companies are able to afford using AI. And that time is called the AI winter. So no one is talking about AI anymore. And only several companies uses AI. That's this company creates a robot to play chess against Kasparov, and the machine won against the famous chess player, world-class chess player. And only that's it. It does not help business any longer. But then we are witnessing the advance of technology since the technology of 3G and 4G, because people are started using social media, and we are living in the big data era where all the data are increasing very fast. There are lots of data with a lot of variety. So in terms of volume, in terms of variety, and in terms of velocity, it increases a lot. So we have a lot of data, and now AI has become one of the prominent things that people are talking about. And in 2022, here we go again, generative AI is the next productivity frontier, because now there is a part of AI called Gen AI that helps business make things become cheaper, faster, and easier. And when we have a look at how people are creating products, there are two methods that we usually teach in business school. First one is a product-oriented approach, and the second one is a people-oriented approach or customer-oriented approach. Let me talk the first one. This is the older one. That is a product-oriented entrepreneurship. When people are trying to find the requirements, and then they develop the prototype, and from the prototype they develop the cases, they test the product, and when the product has passed the tests, they try to commercialize the product. That's the old way of entrepreneurship, but it's still going on right now. But there is a new one, which is called the customer-oriented entrepreneurship, where people are generating ideas by asking around. There is an idea being screened, there's a concept being developed and being tested, and it follows the cycle before going to commercialization. And there are two schools of thoughts are being adopted by a lot of business schools. The two methods are widely taught in the university for aspiring entrepreneurs are, the first one is usually called the customer development. So it was coined by Steve Blank. Steve Blank has a brilliant ideas that when we are developing our product, we need to be a customer-centric. And the other school of thought is the design thinking. So those two are the popular methodology being taught by many lecturers in the business school and design school. And in fact, that design thinking is actually coined first by IDEO and followed by Stanford D School or Stanford Design School. Let me continue. These two methods is very famous in business school and design school, and these two methods has a similarity. The first similarity is they shared focus on customer. So customer voices is number one. Second, they have similarity in learning and iteration. And third one, this is the most important one, is they encourage of getting out of the building, or we usually just pronounce as GOOB. Getting outside of the building is very important according to the customer development and design thinking. Why? Because we know the customer wants when we are going out of the building. So when we are learning only inside the building, when we are learning only in the classroom, usually we cannot find the customer insights. That's why lecturers are asking, why don't you go out? Look around you. What do people need? If you are developing a product for someone who has difficulties in walking, you should go meet them, and then you get the insights. What are they seeing? What are they feeling? What are they hearing? And what are they thinking? So this is the third one that we are going to talk about. So going outside of the building requires a lot of time. They requires a lot of energy. They requires a lot of resources. And how we can help with the advance of technology. So this is what we call as the AI-enabled entrepreneurial process. So in the past, AI is only dominated by big firms. This is because AI was so expensive back then. But with Gen AI in your hand, you all have your smartphone, you all have access to generative AI. That makes life easier when you are going to get customer insight. But how? So let me give you some example. Right, so before some example, there is a good point that I want to share with you here. This is also related to number 10 of the SDG, which is reduce inequalities. So first, if you wanted to make a product for someone with sight impairment or someone with hearing loss, sometimes you have difficulties to find the people. And when you find people, when you finally find the people, it's somehow difficult to get the real information. Because somehow when you are interviewing, some people refuse to talk what they are actually feeling. And some people are so difficult to get into some conversation that is fruitful. So here's how we can use Gen AI to help you with your first iteration. And usually people, when we are collecting customer insights, we use things called empathy map. So the goal of the empathy map is to get number 7. So we get the customer insights by knowing what they think and what they feel. What are the pains and the gains when they are doing their job. So when they are doing their job, usually we start with the interview by defining who are we empathizing with. So who are we empathizing with? We try to define the character. And then we develop the persona. When we get the persona, then we will know what they need to do. And then what do they see in their daily life. And then what do they say about their daily life? What do they do? What did they hear? And then finally, we can get what is their insight regarding how do they think and feel. All right, so let me give you an example, and after that, I will give you a sharing about how we already done this in one of our workshops. Right, so this is a simple one. Well, actually, if we are into a good empathy mapping, we may need a longer prompt than this. But for the sake of this seminar, I'll make it simpler. So when we are trying to ask Gen AI, so Gen AI is basically an LLM beneath large language model that has a lot of data underneath it. So we can ask the Gen AI, you are a 30 years old baker who owns a cafe in Surabaya, Indonesia. Make me an empathy app consisting of what you hear, see, say, and do about expanding your businesses. And then Gen AI will help you because it has a lot of data. It knows about Surabaya, it knows about the life of a baker, and then we specified that you are 30 years old. The LLM knows how it feels become someone who is 30 years old. So if you are 30 years old, most likely that you have spent at least 8 years of working, whether it's working for a company or you start your own business. So by having this LLM try to think and then put itself as someone that we are defining in this persona. And then we can ask, what do you think and feel? List the pain and gain. So here's what we got. When we already have this, then the first cycle is done, actually, literally done. So when we are using Gen AI, the first cycle, this may be not a complete this may be not a perfect cycle. That's why we need more iteration. But for the first iteration, and we need to decide whether we want to continue or not. I think Gen AI will help you a lot. So by having this, you will get the what do they think and feel. So someone who is 30 years old, opening a bakery, and then they have intention to enlarge their business, extend their business, then there is always this. The pain, they will feel overwhelmed. So we understand that, oh, okay, this person will feel overwhelmed because he is 30 years old. He wanted to expand the company. And there is a fear of failure because maybe that's the first business that they have. And then loss of control, you know what it means when you have your own business and you run it by your own, you have full control. But when you have several branches, there are some fear, loss of control. And then financial risk, what if my new branches is as successful as my first one? And then work-life balance. If I have more branches, do I have to spend 2 times or maybe 3 times effort than I'm currently having? And next one is the gain, the pride of accomplishment. This is what makes this person to go another level by opening another branches. And then financial security, reaching more customers in Surabaya, new challenges and growth. So these are the things that is positively influencing this person to move forward. Right, so as I mentioned, the first cycle, when you get from AI, sometimes what we got is not the perfect one. Agree? AI sometimes can make mistakes. That's why we need some reliability methodology. We need some consistency checking. So usually I always use not just one Gen AI, but I use the second Gen AI and the third Gen AI. When they produce almost the same output, that means we can have more confidence in the consistency of the data. So we try to put this into practice. So along with one of my colleagues here, we made a workshop to the Ciputra Group employee. So we have one question to them. So there is a challenge. We ask the participants to draw the empathy map of someone who is millennials who have difficulties in buying house. You know, a lot of millennials in Indonesia, they are living in between. They are sandwich generation. They have to find income for themselves, for their children, as well as sometimes they still have to pay for the parents. So that's why they call it they are being called sandwich generation. And these millennials are having difficulties buying house. No. Right, so we start with, the participants started with defining the persona. Who is the millennials? And how old is the millennials? And then what are the challenges being faced by millennials? And then we asked them to map the empathy map here, to find what is the solution, what do they think, what are the pain and gain. So the final goal is to find the what do they think and feel, so to find the pain and gain about buying house. And then after they finish completing the empathy map in less than 30 minutes, by also applying the consistency checking, using not just one Gen AI, but also the second one and third one, they draw this empathy map, and then they continue with the fishbone diagram, and then the scampers table. Right, so this is what we do. This is the second team. They also successfully create empathy map for the first cycle, and then continued with the fishbone diagram and then the scampers table. So let me end with some conclusion. Can we fully replace the real customer with Gen AI? Well, I must say that Gen AI is a powerful tool, but sadly, it cannot fully replace real customer. But this is good for a start. So if you are trying to initiate something for the first time, I think Gen AI will be your first best friend to get a good information. And then you can start the second iteration by looking at the person, right? And right, so Gen AI can be a valuable supplement to real-world customer interaction in certain scenario. So first one is to generate data set, stimulating edge cases, and augmenting existing data. Right, so this is my presentation. Hopefully this is helpful for everyone who wanted to start your own business and you want to get a customer insight for the first cycle, and you will get the answer faster, cheaper, and easier. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Trianggoro. Please be seated. Give one more time applause for Dr. Trianggoro. It is so enlightening when we know that there is also triangulation when we do AI using several Gen AI application. I would like to invite our previous two speakers, Dr. Elvia and also Dr. Elisa, to come on the stage because we're gonna have question and answer session after this. Give applause one more time for them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will open the floor for question. Please raise your hand if you have a question and I will make sure the microphone will reach you. If you are coming online and you have the question, you can directly type the question in the Zoom chat. And don't forget, please mention to whom the question is given. Any question? All right, Ma'am Natalia.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Adi. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers. Thank you for your presentations. I have question to each of the speaker. I would like to give my first question to Dr. Elvira. Okay, well, actually, at the moment, I'm interested in doing the research about ESG towards job performance. That's why my question, how do you see the role of ESG evolving in the workplace over the next decade in terms of its impact on job performance? My second question related to digital civic literacy, that would be for Dr. Alicia. Can you share examples where digital civic literacy has enabled students to engage more meaningfully in community-centered entrepreneurial projects? And for Patri, thank you for the presentation. Actually, I can ask you directly later, but yeah, I'm so enlightened with your empathy map that you show us using those AI tools. Yes, Pak. But how can we guarantee, Pak, using those AI tools can help us in starting our, let's say, brainstorming to get the idea of doing or starting our business? Thank you, Patri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Natalia, for the question. Perhaps the first question to Dr. Elvia, you can answer regarding ESG and also job performance relation.
Terima kasih, Ibu Natalia. Do I stand up or just sit down? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, so first, Ibu, if you want to choose the topics on ESG and job performance, you have to select first on what are the ESG issues that are so crucial towards the achievement of the goals, right? So think about the problems first. And the way you define the problems, you need to refer on the 5 goals. So which one are so crucial in towards the extinctions of this lovely planet, okay? So first about the ESG issues, ESG gaps and ESG problems. So if you want to talk about the job performance, you need to also have a better measurements on how do you measure the performance. Performance of who? Performance of whatever it is, right? So job performance, is it the performance of the staff? Is it the performance of the stakeholders? Is it the performance of the investors? Is it the performance of bankers? The way they solve the problems through sustainable finance? Or is it the performance of the entities? So you have to be very, very careful in defining who do you want to measure, right? So if you know which one that you want to measure, is it the HRD, the Human Resource Department, or the HSE, the Health and Safety and Environment Department? So then you will see the way they solve the issues in the optimal way are the best performance. I think that's how I answer the questions. Thank you.
All right, the second question to Dr. Elisha regarding digital civic literacy that enables students in entrepreneurial project.
Right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Very important question, digital civic literacy. It's actually an area where it's been going on for a long time, with or without digital literacy in it. But when you bring in digital civic literacy, it creates more an awareness to how the digital technology can play a role as an enabler, right, to make a difference in the community. For example, I sat with a creative design class this morning, and they have a project on architectural design, and they were asking the question, how do you solve a problem for an owner of a commercial center, and the problem relates to understanding what, the first question I asked them, well, what was the problem statement? What is it that they need to solve? And so they need to go to the ground and look at the problems at hand. And I asked them to look at the context of the problem from the point of view of the environment, positive and negative impact that the firm is delivering to the community, as well as the problem relating to internally within the organization. So for example, the student was saying, okay, the problem is related to how they may have an impact on the environment negatively, how the building is set up, the spatial setup. So they have certain principles surrounding architecture that they can use to understand how spatially the organization is set up that's a hindrance towards, say, waste management, towards, how material is used appropriately, and how perhaps employees are working. So they can learn to use the digital technology to come up with a new design set for an architectural firm, an architectural design that helps a firm to improve the well-being of the employees, as well as how they may reduce waste. Right, so that's where digital technology comes in, but when they connect with the community, they need to understand the problems of the community first. So they have to go out into the field and understand what it's about, like getting out of the building context, and then bring back the problem into the class setup and work with the digital technology, having in mind that they need to solve a problem that has a societal impact in mind. So that's where civic literacy is, and you bring in the digital context, and you solve the problems for the community. How the employer, while thinking about profit motive, is connecting to the issues related to the society, how the building and how the building layout perhaps is not allowing the society to have a well-being lifestyle around that, and also how the internal welfare of the employees are being affected, and how perhaps they are affecting environment negatively. So that is where civic literacy comes in. The students need to think about what social impact means for the employer, not just from the point of view of profit motive only. So the context here is civic literacy is the digital world is supposed to be an enabler. You do not start with the digital technology, you start with the problems of the society, and then only you come back to the classroom to understand how you can solve the problem using the technology itself. So having an awareness about the issues out there from societal point of view, from community point of view, from education point of view, from political point of view, from environment point of view, allowing them to understand a bigger picture of how digital technology can be enabled for them. Thank you.
All right. The last question from Memnat to Dr. Tianggoro. How can we guarantee the accuracy of AI when they help us in brainstorming?
Right. Thank you, Ma'am Natalia, for the question. So the question was, how can we guarantee? First of all, let us understand the function of Gen AI. So a Gen AI is a tool to help people. So as an example, a simple example, can we build a wooden box without a hammer? Yes, we can, but it's going to be long, it's going to be difficult, and sometimes it's going to be, maybe not becomes the wooden box as we want. But with using hammer, we can make things cheaper, easier, and faster. So here's the function of Gen AI. It's a tool. When we are deciding if it's correct or not, we human still need to have a wisdom whether the Gen AI is saying the truth or not. And the second thing is we have a method of triangulation, source triangulation, as Mr. Adi mentioned just now, to improve the consistency. So we use not just one Gen AI, but we use the second Gen AI, which is different. So like, for example, the first one, if we use ChatGPT, the second one, we use Google Gemini, the third one, we may use the other one, such as Microsoft Copilot. So by using those three sources, we can always compare, and we still need to use the wisdom. And again, let's remember that Gen AI is a tool. So we are the master of the tool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, speakers. All right. I will open one or two more questions for offline participants. All right. The girl behind.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica, and this question is primarily directed to Dr. Alicia, but other speakers are welcome to answer as well. Given the rapid advancement of AI and the instance of competitions in the coming years, how can we effectively utilize digital literacy to foster collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking among diverse group of young generations? And what specific strategies can we implement to ensure that young generations are well prepared to navigate the challenges and opportunities in the AI era in the coming years? Thank you.
All right, Dr. Elisa, time is yours.
Thank you for this Very insightful question, Jessica, right? All right, thank you for the question. This is a question for you all, actually, and I think you all have the answers. I do not have the answers because I am not younger generation here, but I can say this much. Wisdom comes from experience, and experience comes from doing it, thinking about the experience, moving along forward, learning from it, and making more progress through doing, action, working with others, and the digital world must be your enabler. In other words, it's about having in mind the balance with how you use the digital tool. There are a lot of digital tools out there. Generative AI is one of them. Your smartphone is another one. Your desktop computers, there are many other software platforms. In fact, all the different types of softwares out there that you are picking up as you move along into your classes. We are always hooked up with the technology, like it or not, and I'm always hooked up with the technology too. So we need to be able to understand, we need to detoxify our mind every once in a while. What does it mean, detoxify? Means you got to go out and earth yourself. Right, you got to go out, feel the nature around you. Stop using, there must be a moment perhaps in Ciputra University, Universitas Ciputra, Pak Victor is here, and maybe you can have a policy. 1 hour every day, nobody looks at your smartphone. You stop, you sit down together in a group, read. Pick a book. Go to the library, pick a book, anybody's book, borrow, steal, sit, read, discuss the book. Can you do that? 1 hour, switch off your smartphone. Put it somewhere else, lock it up somewhere, don't even look at it. 1 hour a day. If you can't start with half an hour, if you can start with 10 minutes, all right? Create study circles. What is study circles? Sit down together as a group, learn together. Learn, discuss, philosophize. What is generative AI? How can I use it together? How can I use it together in a collaborative platform where I learn from each other? Exams is coming up, let's form a study group, right? Well, ChatGPT can give me the answers. I need to know from my friends what you think about it. So this is what critical thinking is about, all right? Problem solution to entrepreneurial project that you have. All right, can the digital world help? Yes. Are there a lot of answers? Yes. Are they necessarily right? No. So where is it coming from? Wisdom out there. See how entrepreneurs are functioning. Go as a group, go to the mall, go to the different creative industry platforms there where the hawkers are there. Ask their real problems, talk to them. Then only you go back to your digital world and find out what they're talking about. Is it true? Is it not true? They're saying something, but AI is telling you everything else. Remember, the AI is being fed by you, by the world out there, or common knowledge about what the world is about. But it is not necessarily true. Why? Because the world is changing every day, every hour, every second. Any information you get out there is basically outdated within a second, right? So it is about being aware of how you are connecting the dots together in a community and sharing with yourself and learning from each other, but not, and realizing that when you, how many hours in there are you hooked up to the world of digital world that you forget to connect with one another. And that is more important. Detoxify your mind from the gadget by taking off your shoes. Walk around the block on campus without your shoes. Be part of nature. Take a ball, play with the ball together with friends. Right? Create an environment where you are playing with friends between 5 and 6 on campus, perhaps. You know, these are different things you do to learn with each other, to form different spirit of camaraderie, spirit of entrepreneurship amongst you all. Create projects where you go out there, work with the society, and bring it back to your classroom, and see how that you are reflecting your world better. In the classroom, switch off your smartphone, listen to your lecturer when they speak. Give your answers. Ask critical questions. Figure out. Take a piece of pen. Take a pencil. Bring a pencil, not a pen. Bring a pencil, bring a piece of paper. Make notes. Make notes. Use pencils, use papers. Right? See how it feels. Use magic colors. Make notes in classroom. Go out of the classroom with your own notes. Yes, the lecturer provide you notes, but it's nothing like thinking critically about those notes on paper. So it makes your mind see the world in a different way. So I hope give you some ideas what it's like to enjoy the world differently when you allow the digital technology to enable you to see things in a different spirit amongst your peers, and look at lecturers as your sifu, as your mentor, if you will. It will be different. So you're learning from them, you're learning to work with them, you're learning to participate in activities together. All right, I hope that helps as a start. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Elisa. Ladies and gentlemen, due to time constraint, that will be our last question today. Okay, Dr. Elisa give the answer with the challenge with us by not seeing the gadget for 1 hour. Yeah, Dr. Elisa, and then read the book and discuss together. Okay, please give applause one more time to our speakers today. And this concludes our question and answer session. And I'll now hand the time back to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Charlie Hongjianto.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Adi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the second keynote speaker session. I would like to invite Mr. Victor Effendi to come on stage to provide certificate of appreciations to all the guest speaker, keynote speaker. Okay, we will take a group photo. Dr. Adi, please come on stage as well to take a group photo. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, this is the end of the first day of the 11 ICOEN. Tomorrow, the parallelization will be started. So please take your time and prepare for your presentation tomorrow. Thank you, good afternoon, and see you tomorrow for the parallelizations. Bagi peserta, mahasiswa. Mahasiswa yang tertarik untuk mendapatkan sertifikat, betul? Silakan boleh scan QR code-nya, nanti akan mendapatkan sertifikat dari kegiatan pada hari ini. Sekali lagi, kepada mahasiswa, apabila Anda mendapatkan sertifikat, silakan di scan QR code-nya.